better beat on this. Coming around the corner here, and look at these officers trail on foot the driver of this stolen SUV here in the Cheviot Hills. This is really challenging for us to get in an alleyway, and we're going to stay on top of this. And LAPD Airship 3.
All right, guys, we are starting news now a little bit early because we're getting these live images from Southern California. What started as a police pursuit has now turned into a foot pursuit. Police were following a car theft suspect. We're going to get more information for you guys right now.
In this tree-lined area here, right off the 10 freeway. And we'll get you a ramp for you in just a moment by National here in West LA and Palms. The LAPD airship is circling overhead. You can see more LAPD units showing up. Again, two suspects, the driver, a male, a female driver, in this Infiniti, a stolen Infiniti here being pursued. And officers, it appears that they're standing off somewhat, meaning that they may have both in custody. Let's tilt the camera up just a little bit through that alley. We're seeing more running officers here. Maybe they're getting an idea. If you live in this neighborhood, in the Palms area, Cheviot Hills area, just north of the 10 freeway, and you see something, call 911. All right, let's see what we have here. Maybe they do have at least one of the suspects apprehended. Again, really challenging here, Steve, just to keep up with this. And now in this area, this real tight area with apartment buildings and homes, tree-lined area here. But we saw both suspects, a male and a female, jump out of that SUV and run through this neighborhood. And looks like an officer here who was chasing them, still perhaps looking for the suspects. And I know our desk is tracking this via scanner, so if they have any information as to if they did indeed catch up with those suspects, if they could let us know, that'd be great. NBC had somebody being taken into custody, so I have no idea. Yeah, they caught the female, I think. Yeah, I think it was underneath those trees there. Let's quickly, while we have a moment, let's see what that ramp is right there.
All right, guys, just to give you a quick recap, this is the Cheviot Hills area of Los Angeles near the 10, sort of near West LA. I believe police were pursuing a vehicle, a black SUV.
Wow, thank you very much, Desk.
I believe it was a stolen vehicle. Then we watched as the suspects jumped out of the vehicle and started fleeing on foot. Now police looking for those two suspects.
Yeah, it's right behind this. Hold on just a second. Yeah, let's cheat left. Let's pedal left a little bit. Hold on. Wow, that Prius just got hammered. Tilt up, Vince. We got to give a locator if we could, please. That's Manning. I think that's Wood. That's on the north side. I don't know.
As you can see, multiple police units have responded to the scene. It looks like they are still trying to find those two suspects.
Please, I just want to see where. Show me where the TC is. Okay, it is Woodburn.
Prior to us going on air, the police were pursuing that black SUV that you see right there. The doors are wide open. That's where the two suspects jumped out, started running on foot.
Manning Court. All right, Manning Court and Manning. Manning Court and Manning is where the TC occurred. And that's 632. Yeah, we're still trying to get a beat on what happened to those two suspects, Steve.
So those of you familiar with Southern California, this is just south of Cheviot Hills, south of Century City, north of the Palms area, right near Culver City, very close to the 10 freeway. I would say it's between Overland and Robertson, Overland and National, if you're familiar with the Los Angeles area. So just east of the 405 freeway.
And 5.
Again, no word on what has happened to the suspects. We watched as two suspects jumped out of the SUV, started running on foot.
Can you ask them if they have both? Okay.
And we are waiting for that update.
7 F7. What? All right. Yeah. We're getting one right now. We believe both are in custody. And Vince, I want to show that damaged Prius. Skyfox News says, Andrew, I have a couple other questions. I'm not worried about if you get that last minute, but I have a really important question.
All right, guys, it looks like that we cut out of the police pursuit, so we are going to go live now to the UN, which is where someone
Where did you guys hear
there we go. We got the pursuit back.
Before we got on it. Do you have that? Perfect, thank you. All right. Okay, got it. All right, we're getting word from LAPD Air 3 that both are in custody. Okay. Hey, Kath, I am good to go. Both are in custody. Yep. Okay.
All right, so it appears, according to the chopper pilot, that they are hearing from their station, from LAPD, that the two suspects are in custody. So it looks like we were not able to see those two suspects get arrested here on camera, but according to authorities, they are in custody. So again, this was a police pursuit in Southern California that has just about wrapped up now.
Are they tossing? And both suspects that you saw flee that vehicle, that stolen dark-colored Infiniti, are in custody, according to the Los Angeles Police Department, but not before they tried to escape on foot in this neighborhood of Cheviot Hills off of Manning Avenue and Manning Court. LAPD unit still here on scene. LAFD rolled up. It was that patrol car. We were just looking at that. At least one of the suspects, the male suspect, we believe, is in the back seat of. There's the Prius that was hit by that SUV, and it looks like the owner now too. getting into her automobile. It appeared from our vantage point that nobody was inside that Prius when it was struck. It was just parked there along Manning Court, the small street, the cul-de-sac there. That was the cul-de-sac that we saw the stolen vehicle, that Infiniti, do the U-turn. We heard of another crash. We did not see the scene there, but the LAFD was called out to Spalding and Cologne here. This portion of Manning Avenue here at Manning Court still shut down. But again, Steve, both suspects in custody, a male and female, wanted on the car that was stolen, that SUV that was stolen. Here's some earlier video that we captured. We were able to turn that around for you, and we will see how this pursuit went down and how it ended here. It traveled through the mid-Wilshire area, got onto the 10 westbound for at least a mile or so, but the driver thought the traffic was a little too heavy on the westbound side, so he exited quickly and then made his way through the residential area here of Cheviot Hills, made that abrupt U-turn in the cul-de-sac. He obviously did not know the area because he turned into a dead end, went up on the grass and made that U-turn, and that's when he eventually struck that white Prius that was parked on Manning Court. At that point, both the driver and the female passenger in the front seat there exited the vehicle, ran on foot, and the LAPD officers were able to catch up with both. Both in custody, unclear of any injuries from the initial collision that we heard about at Spalding and Cologne. We saw her. Didn't it look like? We all thought it was a female up here. No? Okay, sorry, dude. All right. Have you been corrected? Have I been corrected by anybody? Because I mean, well, you know, if I do something at 10, I want to know. Yeah. It's 7 even. Is that 7 over there? Well, you better find out if it's a male or a female, ER. That's your job. Now you got me sketched out. We know that. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Erica. And? All right. Maybe. I know. And just the way, I don't know. Go ahead, Andrew. I do mind. No, I don't. You're classic, dude. You know, Andrew, that's like going, hey,
All right, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at live images from Southern California where a police pursuit, I believe, just wrapped up. So we started taking live images right after the suspects jumped out of the vehicle that they allegedly stole. It was a black Infiniti SUV. They started fleeing on foot. That is when our cameras picked up and we started following them. We lost the view of those suspects. But apparently, according to the LAPD, according to our sources in Los Angeles, the 2 suspects were apprehended. You can see many police units on the scene. Obviously, were there initially pursuing the stolen vehicle. That vehicle ended up entering a cul-de-sac, turning around. In the process of it being in the cul-de-sac, it also hit a Prius. Eventually, it stopped on that corner on the sidewalk and hopped out. Right now, the camera, the Skyfox camera, is not zooming into the vehicle, but as it moves more towards the right, you'll be able to see that black SUV parked right on the corner. Actually parked on a sidewalk, in fact. So hopefully Skyfox will shift a little bit more right and you'll be able to see that momentarily. Oh, there we go. Although it doesn't appear that they are zooming in on the SUV. It looks like they are zooming in on the police unit, probably looking for the suspects right now.
It appeared that that suspect carried themselves like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm looking at a monitor that's like 6 by 8 inches.
All right, guys, that is the SUV. That is the SUV that was allegedly stolen. It was the vehicle that police were pursuing. This is in the West LA area, not exactly West LA because it is east of the 405, but more the Cheviot Hills area, just north of the Palms area, Culver City area of Los Angeles. This intersection very close to Interstate 10, again, just east of the 405 freeway.
Okay, thank you. We thought we did too. Erica did. Hey, Erica, do you know this ramp right here, by the way? It's a weird... Can you widen out for just a second? It's an eastbound ramp only. That's Manning. That's what I thought, because it's right there, yeah. And National sign says flip around and... She was trying to get out. The scene, yeah, right there, and then comes the white car. All right. All right, I'm gonna call for the video. Yeah, it certainly was. That's right. We picked it up first as we were making our way up the Hollywood Hills into the Mid-Wilshire area, and that's where the pursuit started. But it ended here at Manning and Manning Court. Manning Court there, that cul-de-sac street, and that's where that Prius was struck hard from behind. That car was parked on Manning Court. There's the SUV, the dark-colored Infiniti, brand new, no plates on it yet, that was stolen. A male driver and a female passenger. Watch it. This is how we captured the pursuit about 15 minutes ago, through the streets of Mid-City, onto the 10 freeway westbound, exiting the 10, and then through this neighborhood, this residential neighborhood of Cheviot Hills. And the speed that the driver was taking this SUV on, it's remarkable that we didn't see more incidents. The car did narrowly miss a couple of other automobiles, the SUV did, and there was even a couple of pedestrians that were in danger for a time. There was a wreck before we got on top of the pursuit, that one at Spalding and Cologne. Unclear if there are any injuries there. It doesn't appear that there's any injuries at this location that we are at. Here's the foot bail, as we call it. That's when the SUV collided hit the back end of that parked Prius, and the driver and the female passenger decided to exit the vehicle, run through the neighborhood, but LAPD officers quickly apprehended both. Both are now in custody. This started as a following, an undercover officer tracking that Infiniti SUV through the streets of the Mid-Wilshire area when it was reported as a stolen vehicle. LAPD officers came on scene. They lit that vehicle up. That's called code 3 lights and siren, and the pursuit was on. LAFD just arriving now, so it's possible that either the driver and or the passenger was injured, and the female, we believe, is inside that LAPD unit there, and it looks like she is being checked out by paramedics at this time. Could have been worse, but what a crazy pursuit it was here over Cheviot Hills, Manning and Manning Court, just north of the 10 freeway. Back to you guys.
Ron.
Maybe Erica was right. Let's get on the extender. There she is, or he, ER, hold on. All right. No, it's a female. That's a female ER. Yeah. She's got red hair.
Joining me now is Mr. Ron Hoon. Welcome, Ron Hoon. This is my official introduction to News Now because we just started the stream on the police pursuit, so I haven't actually said hello to the audience at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is my first hello to them, like on camera.
Okay, so they're just powered up, and the next thing they know, they just see a chase.
Well, yeah, same thing here. Suddenly I glance over at, we have all these inputs with all these different sources coming in. Normally we see the Dow and the White House when nothing's really happening.
Right.
And where I normally see the Dow, I see a car driving, and I was like, the only time they send us feeds of cars driving is when it's a pursuit. So then I screamed in the newsroom, is that a pursuit?
Did you actually scream in the newsroom? Is that a
Not
pursuit?
scream, but yell. I did. I yelled across the room. I was like, hey, JR.
Oh, so you're the ones you gave him a heads up?
Well, that's how I found out.
Okay.
But the squawk box needs to squawk a little more. So what are we looking at right now? Is that the suspect?
I think so.
Why are they taking the suspect?
Oh, because he probably claimed that he hurt his wrist or who knows what.
Well, there's two suspects. There's a male and a female from my understanding.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess there is something still happening at this pursuit.
We were about to wrap it up.
I know. I was like, I
Yeah.
guess this is pretty much the end of it, though. They're just going into the ambulance and wrapping up the scene. I think what was interesting is they were being pursued, and then they ended up in a cul-de-sac, but rather than give up in the cul-de-sac, they did a quick turnaround, left the cul-de-sac, ended up at the intersection, parked on the sidewalk, flung the doors open, and started running as fast as they could. And then the cameras lost them, but apparently, obviously, authorities caught up with them and were able to arrest them.
Well, we had a guy yesterday who came screaming off the I-17 at, I think it was at Camelback, who crashed into a pole and flung his door open. And oh, look how close it is to the freeway right there.
I was what I was saying. I was like literally right next to the 10 freeway.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're heading. Looks like they're heading away anyway.
Yeah, I know. Where are they going?
I don't know. Boy, there are a lot of tennis courts in that area.
Golf courses and tennis courts too.
Yeah.
No. You're right. They're all tennis courts.
So it looks like kind of a nice area, Samyakon.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't spend much time over in LA, but I know you know it like the back of your hand.
I probably know it better than the back of my hand. I couldn't tell you where the lines on my hand are. But I can tell you pretty much every freeway.
I don't...
See, I knew there was a golf course.
That's really good, Samya. How many of us truly know the back of our hand?
I'm just saying, if we're going to get literal here. Anyway. On that note, let's...
You know, you ought to just, since we were talking about the pictures that are normally there, can you pop up that picture of Washington?
Oh, yeah, sure.
It is already looking, kind of, I don't know if it's raining right now, but it is definitely, looking
great.
cloudy
You know what?
and gray and
It's the
misty.
1st of October. I think they really want to make it evident that fall is here.
Yeah.
It's very wintry looking.
Well, the thing is, they could be in the crosshairs of this hurricane that's coming up the coast.
Right.
This is an unusual one in that it just is churning down there around the Bahamas, and they're not at this point they don't know what its path is going to be. The latest I heard was, hey, by this time yesterday or tomorrow morning, by Friday morning, we'll have a pretty good idea of the path, because it could go as much as into the Carolinas and Virginia, or more northerly toward New York, or well out into the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, I just pulled up the National Weather Service
Oh, good.
map. We can pull this up. We can look at it.
Yeah. Oh, that's excellent. SK.
I do what I can.
It's unusual that we just have not had, the last couple of years, it's been very quiet during hurricane season, Here we are already to the J for Joaquin, and this is the first time of the whole year that we're really bracing for, and it's October. It's the first time we're really bracing for a potential hurricane to make landfall.
So this is where the hurricane warning is.
Yeah. But look at all those counties in green.
So right here is the coastal flooding warning, right?
Yeah. So all except one county of South Carolina. Every single county of North Carolina.
Right.
And it looks like
Virginia,
every part of Virginia, too.
Almost, except right there. Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. And then, crazy. So this would definitely hit D.C., like you're saying.
Well, it could, but it could also...
based on this.
Yeah, it's weird. There are so many... I'm learning more and more about it all the time. There are so many different computer models that people can follow. And we have some here in our country. The Europeans have their own. Mm-hmm. And for whatever reason, they must use different algorithms because... the Europeans are showing one thing, and ours are showing something completely different. We'll see who's right, whether it actually makes landfall or whether it takes a little bit of a hard turn. But it is, I think even in the last 10 minutes since I've been sitting here with you, it looks like the weather is already getting gloomier.
Gloomier, with more gray.
More gray.
Well, speaking of Washington, it's the headquarters of our political... world.
Yes, it is.
Our country.
Yes.
I feel like that was my attempt at a transition. It was okay. I feel like it was pretty good.
It was okay, yeah.
Going from weather in D.C., looking at the White House, into our political discussion.
Yeah.
I try.
Right.
So, today, Russia, Syria, that's still making headlines.
Well, the foreign minister for Syria, Sergei Lavrov, who seems like the kind of guy you don't want to really mess with. Have you ever heard of news conference from him?
No.
He's very, I don't know, he seems like...
scary?
He seems like, let's say if you were working in his office, you wouldn't want to cross him.
I feel that, I feel like all Russian authorities have that stereotype.
Do they? Okay.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, anyway, here's Lavrov, who's saying, "I'm telling you, we in our partners in the United States, we see eye to eye on all of this." You know, but the original headlines, I don't know. I mean, it may take a while before, if we have any intelligence assets on the ground, to really figure out exactly what the Russians are up to. But originally, yesterday, the word coming out of Washington from the Defense Department, etc., was that no, they are not taking an aim at ISIS. They're taking aim at locations where there are rebels that are on the ground, that are simply opposed to Assad, that are not actual ISIS terrorists. So I guess we'll see in the coming days.
Our focus is on the ISIS terrorists.
Well, it should be.
Ours is.
Yeah, but our focus is also on getting Assad out of power. I mean, one of the headlines I saw this morning is that these bombs may be falling in areas where U.S.-trained, CIA-trained
I did see that headline.
Rebels are located. So that adds a whole different element to it. So we have this long-standing thing where we're trying to, kind of impose our will on what we want to see happening in that country, which is we want Assad to go, the Russians want him to stay, and in the first day it looked like they were trying to really just back him up more than take on ISIS. So we'll see, today, tomorrow, the next couple of days, exactly what happens.
Sidar, more Iranian troops just arrived in Syria. Is this true?
Well, there are a lot of claims that the Iranians are playing a bigger and bigger role. That's what they want. The Iranians want to be the world power, which a lot of people feel is that's why they were trying to get a nuclear bomb in the first place. They want to be the world power in that literal powder keg in the world. So I don't know that we have any confirmation of that yet in terms of from U.S. intelligence, but those reports are definitely out there that Iran is sending troops and material to help Assad as well.
I see.
Very interesting, huh? Yeah. So, and a part of it is wrapped up into the Shia-Sunni thing because... In
Iran.
And even in Syria, because I believe...
Russia says it shares the same goal.
I believe that Iran views Assad as pro them. Ooh, I gotta take a sip.
Stay hydrated, Ron. We can't lose you.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you got a Doug Luzader today.
I know. I do. I thought that would make you happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
We always get stories every day from Fox National.
Our friend Doug on the ground in D.C.
talking about Russia-U.S. tension. So we can
It's a good report. Is this with my Q&A or without?
I don't think this is with your Q&A. This is just taken straight from Extreme Reach.
Okay.
If I knew about these Q&As 2 hours ago, I can always clip them.
Well, like I was saying,
I need to know.
They're better. I know. You'd have to clip it early from the 4:30.
Or I would just need to know about it early enough, because once I'm on air,
exactly.
Mike over there can do those things.
Busy. Okay, here's Doug.
Says it shares the same goal as the United States, trying to wipe out ISIS. But if you look at where these Russian airstrikes have been taking place in western Syria, here, and here, they appear to be targeting not ISIS, but rebel groups that have been trying to oust Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. The impact of the Russian airstrikes has been clear, with Syrian rebel groups claiming a growing death toll now in the aftermath. Russia released aerial video of the attacks, precision strikes, they say, on ISIS positions, even though the Pentagon says they were nowhere near ISIS strongholds. Either way, Russian President Vladimir Putin rocked the White House yesterday by muscling his way into Syrian skies, with his military demanding that U.S. warplanes step aside.
Putin now has put himself in the center of a problem. He's there. He's on the ground now. He says he's going to be there to fight ISIL. Well, guess what? If he's there to fight ISIL and he doesn't have the support of Sunni, he's never going to succeed in that fight.
Putin may be more interested in propping up Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, who the U.S. says needs to go. But at the very least, this is a troubling follow-up to this week's chilly meeting between President Obama and President Putin. And White House critics see it as an embarrassing rebuke of U.S. policy.
What we should be saying to Vladimir Putin is that you fly, but we fly anywhere we want to, when and how we want to, and you'd better stay out of the way.
The Obama administration, meantime, says that the U.S. air campaign over Syria will continue unabated despite this latest Russian involvement. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
So while we were watching that Doug Luzader package, I saw that Halala copied and pasted, I think it seems like a tweet or a headline from the Associated Press saying, breaking, Russia says first military contact with U.S. over Syria airstrikes taking place very, very soon.
So I don't like the way they wrote that headline.
It's very confusing.
It's very confusing because it almost makes it sound like we're
Getting
in direct, like our planes and their planes, or our guys are on the ground, their guys are going. I'm sure they're talking about a meeting, and so halala, thanks for the heads up on that. Here's what we've learned. Again, this goes right back to Lavrov, who we were speaking about, the foreign minister, who had earlier said that his country, the Russians, and our country, and the whole coalition that we work with over there, quote, see eye to eye on the targets of the fight in Syria. And in this same sentence, this is from the AP, and that the first military contact between Russia and the U.S. would take place very, very soon. So he's obviously talking about a meeting. So that headline is such a grabber that at first you're like, what? We've actually made contact with them over there? That's not it at all. But that there will be a military contact. In other words, more of a formal. Our defense secretary yesterday kept using the word unprofessional, that it was very unprofessional, and it was beyond that. It was bizarre that the Russians would notify us, and this morning we learned, notify the Israelis 60 minutes prior to the beginning of the bombing campaign. I don't know how they contacted the Israelis. It could have been the same thing, where they had one of their guys walk up to an Israeli embassy, but we do know that that's how they did it in Baghdad. They had a 3-star general go up, just kind of show up. You're like, well, thank goodness you weren't delayed getting here. This is the best way you guys have to communicate with us. You hop in the car and come over. Anyway, so he's been saying that it was unprofessional, and so now Lavrov is saying the first meeting is going to take place. I just don't, the way it says the first military contact is not good, but basically he's meaning the first meeting is going to happen.
That military
very
contact
soon.
was the worst term they could possibly use.
Yeah.
Hapalea saying, what is done with Assad should be decided by the Syrian people, not the West. War is no joke. Enough of the rhetoric from our leaders. This is treacherous territory.
Well, okay, now it is treacherous territory, and especially because it's in that part of the world where you've got all these cross currents. You've got countries that don't like Israel, and here's Benjamin Netanyahu going to the UN this morning and saying, knock it off. Enough with the anti-Israeli feeling and the anti-Israeli rhetoric. We have every bit as much a right to exist and to defend ourselves as any other country. And so you've got the tensions between Israel and its neighbors. You've got the sort of the cauldron that is Iran, Iraq, and Syria, and all the different political interests there. And then you've got ISIS. And then you've got America feeling like, hey, we have invested so heavily in terms of loss of life, in trying to bring some democracy to Iraq, and look at, the mess that Iraq is. And so, I'm sure there's beyond military meetings, direct contact, I'm sure there are meetings at pretty high levels, John Kerry and Sergei Lavrov, and hopefully at other levels too with the Russians. So, honestly, if you looked at it from an optimistic standpoint, if what he's saying is that our country and theirs do see eye to eye on the targets, and if you looked at it optimistically, you could say, hey, we will coordinate with the Russians in this particular aspect of the war on terror, and you would have 2 of the 3 world superpowers, the other one being China, who has no real vested interest in this at all. But you would have 2 of the 3 world superpowers using all their strength and military might to truly take down ISIS once and for all.
I want to acknowledge Les Chowmain in the chat room. I want your response to this, Ron. Dictatorship with a good leader always beats democracy leading by losers.
Oh, well, seen from afar, you could make that argument. I mean, there are a lot of people who say that Iraq, that the situation was more stable
With
in
Saddam.
Iraq with a bad guy like Saddam. And you could definitely make that argument sitting over here thousands of miles away. That in reality, the way he kept kind of an iron fist on his people in that country made it such that it never really allowed any type of terrorist group like an ISIS to ever even, take hold, because Saddam would have had his secret police in there in a minute. But of course, ultimately the U.S. stands for freedom in all corners of the world. And
Do you think it's our role to demand freedom in all corners of the world?
No, I don't think it's our role to demand it, but we have to be the beacon of hope.
Shouldn't every country decide what kind of government they want?
Sure.
In theory.
Yes, like Bhutan. Bhutan is a kingdom, right? And they've had is a king forever. It's over there by Nepal and China and all of that. And I bought a book not too long ago that was like something like what the world teaches us about the key to happiness. And Bhutan was the happiest country in the world.
I feel like your next trip is going to be to Bhutan.
I would love to see what it looks like there. Oh, look at you pulling
I'm
up
already
pictures.
on it.
SK,
well,
bing,
let's start
bang,
with the map
boom.
so that viewers at home know exactly where the happiest place is.
You thought the happiest place on earth was in Anaheim. Oh, no.
Or Orlando.
It's
Which,
Bhutan.
speaking of, today is Disney World's 44th anniversary.
Is that right?
It is.
Oh, that's cool.
44 years today, I
Wow.
believe. Let me just make sure I have that fact right. Disney World opened exactly 44 years today, October 1st, 71. Nice tie-in, I figure.
It is a
Pat on
beautiful
my
tie-in.
own back.
Queen of the segways, 2 in a row today.
All right, let's go to that
SK.
map.
All right, so here's Bhutan. We're going to zoom in past India, past Nepal,
And it's right
there, just south of China.
So this is where it's
This is the happiest place, and it's not like they have a long history of democracy there. They've been ruled by a king forever. Boy, it is beautiful, isn't it? How could you not be happy living in a place like that? Huh? It's like a little Shangri-La.
Looks pretty cool. Nice
Beautiful
spot.
flowers, traditional dress, lots of palaces. What? Was that Bhutan? Wow.
Apparently, according to Google and the photos
Okay.
that they attached to Bhutan, it's just when you search a country, then it says, do you want to see photos? I just clicked on see photos.
If I recall, though, the guy said he had to have a minder with him the whole time he was in Bhutan. That you can't just show up as a tourist. You have to have a minder who escorts you everywhere you go. So again, they're happy. Seems like they're happy, but it's weird, to have a country that doesn't have full-on freedom in terms of the political world, the financial world, the ability for tourists to move about freely, and etc. So from afar, yeah, you could look at it and say things were more stable when Saddam was in power. They definitely were. You can't argue against that. But were they better? I know in the months after the end of the war, when there's so much fighting for power and so many terror-type bombs going off and all the rest, I think there were a lot of people even in that country that would have said we were better off under Saddam. There's still people in Russia who think they were better off in the Soviet Union, when they had work camps. That if you spoke out against whoever the leader was, you'd get sentenced to a hard time.
Speaking of Soviet Union, this is just a fun fact, throwback Thursday memory from my childhood.
Yes?
I remember being a small child and being so confused because I had learned this country as the USSR, and then there was Russia, and I didn't realize.
Oh, they were one and the same.
Yeah, and it was the most confusing thing because one year you're learning about the USSR. I still remember the map in preschool that I'm looking at, and there's this big blob of, and then I remember going into elementary school, and some of the maps hadn't been updated at the schools yet.
Yeah.
So the teachers would have to be like, "Well, that's not there anymore."
I know. There was a lot of that going on in the 90s.
Yeah, it was like, here's the USSR, but that doesn't really exist. So just imagine that it's Russia and its fragments. It's
Well,
my random fact.
I'll tell you what, next, probably over the last 100 years, next to Stalin, the most famous Russian premier was Mikhail Gorbachev. And I'll tell you what Gorby said to me. So, I'm chatting with him. It was when he was here in Phoenix.
Right.
And this whole thing about what is, from our standpoint, what is our impression of the Russians and of the Soviet Union and everything else. And I had brought this book with me that I was going to have him autograph called The Soviet Union Today, because I really was fascinated. Russia has always been such an enigma. In fact, Churchill even said so, right? An enigma wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in a mystery.
You just know everything.
Well, that was
remember, guys, if I'm ever on a game show, he's my phone friend.
Yeah. Well, that was his famous quote.
I was on a game show, but I couldn't phone a friend.
But so I show him this book. It's Gorbachev, and it's me and it's him, and there's a translator there. And I said, I've just always been fascinated in your country, as you can see by this book I have. And he opens it up. This is hilarious. He opens it up, this book, and he flips a couple of pages and he says, whatever in Russian. And the translator looks at me and says, he says it doesn't look like it was very well read.
There you are. I'm trying to recreate the
That's
Ron
me and Gorby.
I was like, oh, well, maybe I'll create a picture.
Yeah, no kidding, Mikhail Gorbachev. Anyway, he does have a sense of humor about that. But the point I was trying to make in the story is that because we still don't, even to this day, we don't know a lot about him. I'm sure that even the fact that you can travel over there now, I would still say probably 98% of Americans have never been to Russia.
Right. I guess you could say that. I
I'm
really wanted
guessing,
to go.
I would love to go. Yeah.
I told you, you guys all know about Aeroflot.
Correct. You're the big proponent of Aeroflot.
The way to get cheap flights to Europe.
Yeah.
Just fly to Russia.
Yeah.
Stay there for 24 hours
Yeah.
and then connect. And you can get flights for like $500 cheaper.
Well, so we shall see if, in fact, there is some level of cooperation between the U.S. and Russia. That would actually be fantastic. And like Trump said, and Trump's in trouble for some of the stuff he said yesterday, but like he said a few days ago, if the Russians want to fight them, let them, because we don't want to fight them. But we also don't want them to exist. So if the Russians are willing to, so he says, I'm telling you, now we're up to 200,000 possible refugees coming in from Syria, and he says, I'm just warning you guys, I'm sending you back. So, I don't know how you would even accomplish that. Once they're here, of course they're here. The reason he said it is to try to sort of build fears amongst people that, well, if there are 200,000 people coming over here, it's possible that ISIS could slip a few, red herrings in or whatever.
Right. That's an understandable
concern.
Yes,
right.
How can you screen every single refugee? How can you differentiate between a refugee that genuinely needs help and someone who's out to do harm?
Because that is what our country has always done. We have been the one place that people could always count on.
Right.
It's interesting, Hapalea is just saying, never been to Russia, but I was in Berlin when the wall fell, and I have a few pieces of it.
That's pretty cool. I feel like you wish you were there for that. I feel like you could be
anywhere in a time machine.
I guess, what part of history would you want to experience more than any other part of history?
I think I would like to be in Berlin both when the wall went up, because it was such a Twilight Zone type experience that suddenly people were trapped over there, and they couldn't, and families couldn't cross and see each other and all those kinds of things. And we were at the height of the Cold War, and then John F. Kennedy shows up and gives this speech right up against the wall. And hundreds of thousands come out, and he's like, Ich bin ein Berliner. I mean, how cool would it have been to be in Berlin that day? So I just think Berlin has been at the crossroads of history, and I did go a few years ago, but it would have been really cool to either be there when the wall fell like Hapalea or when the wall went up, just to see what it was like. A lot of people tried in vain to get over the wall, including a guy who went in a ultralight.
So you guys know the I-10 shooting suspect. He was in court. We're getting the feed in right now.
Okay.
So I think we're going to go ahead and listen to this. Ron, it's 10:31. It's perfect timing because you have a meeting.
Yep, that's right.
Today. Ya que es importante tener un registro de cuándo se registraron esta mañana. Additionally, you'll need to have directions are available at the reception desk.
Pueden encontrar instrucciones acerca de cómo hacer ese proceso en el mostrador de la recepcionista.
You'll also
Pensado pedir un abogado de oficio, tendrán que rellenar una declaración económica.
As a defendant, you have the following rights: the right to remain silent,
Los siguientes derechos:
a not guilty plea on your behalf, and to schedule your next hearing and initial pretrial conference.
el propósito de esta breve comparecencia es el de asentar en actas una contestación de no culpable en nombre inicial.
For the out of custody defendants, please make sure you checked in with the receptionist at the desk across the hall.
Para aquellos acusados que no están detenidos, asegúrense de que se hallan en el pasillo,
It's important to document what time you checked in today.
ya que es importante tener un registro de cuándo se registraron esta mañana.
Additionally, you'll need to have directions are available at the reception desk.
Pueden encontrar instrucciones acerca de cómo hacer ese proceso en el mostrador de la recepcionista.
You'll also
Pensado pedir un abogado de oficio, tendrán que rellenar una declaración económica.
As a defendant, you have the following rights: the right to remain silent,
Los siguientes derechos: el derecho de no declarar, les asista un abogado,
the right to a jury
el derecho de celebrar un juicio oral ante jurado por cualquier ilícito que sea delito y el derecho de estar presente en todas las diligencias a nombre suyo.
Please keep in mind, if you fail to appear for a hearing, a 7.
I've got some additional stuff there.
All right, guys, now it's officially starting. There you see Leslie Allen Merritt Jr. He has shaved his head and shaved his face. This is him in court this morning.
144-211-001. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ed Leiter on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ulysses Farragut and Jason Lamb on behalf of Mr. Merritt. We will waive reading for not guilty pleas on all counts. Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, your name and date of birth, please.
Leslie Allen Merritt Jr., 6/20/1994.
Ordered entering a not guilty plea on your behalf for all counts, setting the matter for an initial pretrial conference November 18th at 8:15 before Commissioner Bernstein. Judge Mahoney is your case management judge. Affirming prior release conditions. Counsel's retained. All right, finding the defendant's not indigent at this time. Sir, if you're released from custody, you'll need to submit to a DNA sample within 5 business days through the arresting agency. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
Thanks.
Here.
I'm sorry, the county attorney, if the county attorney could announce again for the clerk.
Ed Leiter on behalf of the state.
Order DNA on that one.
I did.
Good, thank you.
Can I put this in?
Thank you.
Number 57. On our desk for the a not guilty plea on your behalf and to schedule your next hearing and initial pretrial conference.
El propósito de esta breve comparecencia es el de asentar en actas una contestación de no culpable en nombre inicial.
For the out of custody defendants, please make sure you checked in with the receptionist at the desk across the hall.
All right, guys, so I know that video was a little confusing. Basically, in court, there's one camera and it's a pool of video, and then they send it out to us. So there were a handful of court appearances that were sent to us, and then the feed was kind of choppy, but you did just see Leslie Allen Merritt Jr. enter the courtroom, enter a not guilty plea. And as you saw, he looked a lot different than he did in that mugshot because he shaved his face and his head. I'm being told from Mr. Mike Page that there is a fire on the freeway. Don't have a lot of information. A garbage truck fire. In fact, let me get this up for you guys. It is a garbage truck fire. Not sure where it is exactly. This video is courtesy of ADOT. But I have just sent a message, and I will let you guys know as soon as I have an answer. All right, guys. Specifically, this garbage truck fire is near the I-10, I-17 split. Looks like it's pretty much out right now. Not too much of a scene, but I thought I'd share that with you guys. Again, you guys are looking at live images courtesy of ADOT of a garbage truck on fire near the I-10, I-17 split. Don't have much additional information other than that, but if I find out anything else, I will let you guys know here on News Now. All right, guys, since we're already on the topic of international events, well, we were on that topic until about 4 minutes ago when Iran left. I want to go back to that topic momentarily because Benjamin Netanyahu spoke at the United Nations this morning. I recorded it for you guys, and obviously this is a very big deal. Let's hear what the leader of Israel had to tell the United Nations. I know he obviously talked about the Iran nuclear deal, obviously not a fan of it. Everyone is talking about it on the cable news network, so why don't you guys just hear it for yourself right here on News Now. Let me just pull that up for you, and let's listen in on what he has to say.
I stood at this podium for the first time. I spoke that day against a resolution sponsored by Iran to expel Israel from the United Nations. Then as now, the UN was obsessively hostile towards Israel, the one true democracy in the Middle East. Then as now, some sought to deny the one and only Jewish state a place among the nations. I ended that first speech by saying, gentlemen, check your fanaticism at the door. More than 3 decades later, as the Prime Minister of Israel, I'm again privileged to speak from this podium. And for me, that privilege has always come with a moral responsibility to speak the truth. So after 3 days of listening to world leaders praise the nuclear deal with Iran, I begin my speech today by saying, ladies and gentlemen, check your enthusiasm at the door. You see, this deal doesn't make peace more likely. By fueling Iran's aggressions with billions of dollars in sanctions relief, it makes war more likely. Just look at what Iran has done in the last 6 months alone, since the framework agreement was announced in Lausanne. Iran boosted its supply of devastating weapons to Syria. Iran sent more soldiers of its Revolutionary Guard into Syria. Iran sent thousands of Afghani and Pakistani Shiite fighters to Syria. Iran did all this to prop up Assad's brutal regime. Iran also shipped tons of weapons and ammunition to the Houthi rebels in Yemen, including another shipment just 2 days ago. Iran threatened to topple Jordan. Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, smuggled into Lebanon SA-22 missiles to down our planes and Yahoun cruise missiles to sink our ships. Iran supplied Hezbollah with precision-guided surface-to-surface missiles and attack drones so it can accurately hit any target in Israel. Iran aided Hamas and Islamic Jihad in building armed drones in Gaza. Iran also made clear its plans to open 2 new terror fronts against Israel, promising to arm Palestinians in the West Bank and sending its Revolutionary Guard generals to the Golan Heights, from which its operatives recently fired rockets on northern Israel. Israel will continue to respond forcefully to any attacks against it from Syria. Israel will continue to act to prevent the transfer of strategic weapons to Hezbollah from and through Syrian territory. Every few weeks, Iran and Hezbollah set up new terror cells in cities throughout the world. 3 such cells were recently uncovered in Kuwait, Jordan, and Cyprus. In May, security forces in Cyprus raided a Hezbollah agent's apartment in the city of Larnaca. There they found 5 tons of ammonium nitrate. That's roughly the same amount of ammonium nitrate that was used to blow up the federal building in Oklahoma City. And that's just in one apartment, in one city, in one country. But Iran is setting up dozens of terror cells like this around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, they're setting up those terror cells in this hemisphere too. I repeat, Iran's been doing all of this, everything that I've just described, just in the last 6 months, when it was trying to convince the world to remove the sanctions. Now just imagine what Iran will do after those sanctions are lifted. Unleashed and unmuzzled, Iran will go on the prowl, devouring more and more prey. In the wake of the nuclear deal, Iran is spending billions of dollars on weapons and satellites. You think Iran is doing that to advance peace? You think hundreds of billions of dollars in sanctions relief and fat contracts will turn this rapacious tiger into a kitten? If you do, you should think again. In 2013, President Rouhani began his so-called charm offensive here at the UN. 2 years later, Iran is executing more political prisoners, escalating its regional aggression, and rapidly expanding its global terror network. You know, they say actions speak louder than words. But in Iran's case, the words speak as loud as the actions. Just listen to the deputy commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Quds Force. Here's what he said in February, quote, "The Islamic Revolution is not limited by geographic borders." He boasted that Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, and Yemen are among the countries being, quote, conquered by the Islamic Republic of Iran, end quote. Conquered. And for those of you who believe that the deal in Vienna will bring a change in Iran's policy, just listen to what Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, said 5 days after the nuclear deal was reached. Quote, "Our policies towards the arrogant government of the United States will not change. The United States," he vowed, "will continue to be Iran's enemy." While giving the mullahs more money is likely to fuel more repression inside Iran, it will definitely fuel more aggression outside Iran. As the leader of a country defending itself every day against Iran's growing aggression, I wish I could take comfort in the claim that this deal blocks Iran's path to nuclear weapons. But I can't, because it doesn't. This deal does place several constraints on Iran's nuclear program, and rightly so, because the international community recognizes that Iran is so dangerous. But you see, here's the catch. Under this deal, if Iran doesn't change its behavior, in fact, if it becomes even more dangerous in the years to come, the most important constraints will still be automatically lifted by year 10 and by year 15. That would place a militant Islamic terror regime weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs. That just doesn't make any sense. I've said that if Iran wants to be treated like a normal country, let it act like a normal country. But this deal will treat Iran like a normal country even if it remains a dark theocracy that conquers its neighbors, sponsors terrorism worldwide, and chants death to Israel, death to America. Does anyone seriously believe that flooding a radical theocracy with weapons and cash will curb its appetite for aggression? Do any of you really believe that a theocratic Iran with sharper claws and sharper fangs will be more likely to change its stripes? So here's a general rule that I've learned, and you must have learned in your lifetime. When bad behavior is rewarded, it only gets worse. Ladies and gentlemen, I've long said that the greatest danger facing our world is the coupling of militant Islam with nuclear weapons. And I'm gravely concerned that the nuclear deal with Iran will prove to be the marriage certificate of that unholy union. I know that some well-intentioned people sincerely believe that this deal is the best way to block Iran's path to the bomb. But one of history's most important, yet least learned lessons is this: the best intentions don't prevent the worst outcomes. The vast majority of Israelis believe that this nuclear deal with Iran is a very bad deal. And what makes matters even worse is that we see a world celebrating this bad deal. rushing to embrace and do business with a regime openly committed to our destruction. Last week, Major General Salehi, the commander of Iran's army, proclaimed this, quote, "We will annihilate Israel for sure. We are glad that we are in the forefront of executing the Supreme Leader's order to destroy Israel." End quote. And as for the Supreme Leader himself, a few days after the nuclear deal was announced, he released his latest book. Here it is. It's a 400-page screed detailing his plan to destroy the state of Israel. Last month, Khamenei once again made his genocidal intentions clear before Iran's top clerical body, the Assembly of Experts. He spoke about Israel, home to over 6 million Jews. He pledged, quote, "There will be no Israel in 25 years." End quote. 70 years after the murder of 6 million Jews, Iran's rulers promised to destroy my country, murder my people. And the response from this body, the response from nearly every one of the governments represented here, has been absolutely nothing. Utter silence. Deafening silence. Perhaps you can now understand why Israel is not joining you in celebrating this deal. If Iran's rulers were working to destroy your countries, perhaps you'd be less enthusiastic about the deal. If Iran's terror proxies were firing thousands of rockets at your cities, perhaps you'd be more measured in your praise. And if this deal were unleashing a nuclear arms race in your neighborhood, perhaps you'd be more reluctant to celebrate. But don't think that Iran is only a danger to Israel. Besides Iran's aggression in the Middle East and its terror around the world, Iran is also building intercontinental ballistic missiles whose sole purpose is to carry nuclear warheads. Now remember this, Iran already has missiles that can reach Israel. So those intercontinental ballistic missiles that Iran is building, they're not meant for us. They're meant for you, for Europe, for America, for raining down mass destruction anytime, anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not easy to oppose something that is embraced by the greatest powers in the world. Believe me, it would be far easier to remain silent. But throughout our history, the Jewish people have learned the heavy price of silence. and as the Prime Minister of the Jewish state, as someone who knows that history, I refuse to be silent. I'll say it again. The days when the Jewish people remained passive in the face of genocidal enemies, those days are over.
Surely he wouldn't.
Not being passive means speaking up about those dangers. We have, we are, we will. Not being passive also means defending ourselves against those dangers. We have, we are, and we will. Israel will not allow Iran to break in, to sneak in, or to walk into the nuclear weapons club. I know that preventing Iran from developing nuclear weapons remains the official policy of the international community. But no one should question Israel's determination to defend itself against those who seek our destruction. For in every generation, there were those who rose up to destroy our people. In antiquity, we faced destruction from the ancient empires of Babylon and Rome. In the Middle Ages, we faced inquisition and expulsion. And in modern times, we face pogroms and the Holocaust. Yet the Jewish people persevered. And now another regime has arisen, swearing to destroy Israel. That regime would be wise to consider this. I stand here today representing Israel, a country 67 years young, but the nation state of a people nearly 4,000 years old. Yet the empires of Babylon and Rome are not represented in this Hall of Nations. Neither is the 1,000-year Reich. Those seemingly invincible empires are long gone. But Israel lives. The people of Israel live. Am Yisrael Chai. The rebirth of Israel is a testament to the indomitable spirit of my people. For 100 generations, the Jewish people dreamed of returning to the land of Israel. Even in our darkest hours, and we had so many, even in our darkest hours, we never gave up hope of rebuilding our eternal capital, Jerusalem. The establishment of Israel made realizing that dream possible. It has enabled us to live as a free people in our ancestral homeland. It's enabled us to embrace Jews who've come from the four corners of the earth to find refuge from persecution. They came from war-torn Europe, from Yemen, Iraq, Morocco, from Ethiopia and the Soviet Union, from 100 other lands. And today, as a rising tide of anti-Semitism once again sweeps across Europe and elsewhere, many Jews come to Israel to join us in building the Jewish future. So here's my message to the rulers of Iran. Your plan to destroy Israel will fail. Israel will not permit any force on earth to threaten its future. And here's my message to all the countries represented here. Whatever resolutions you may adopt in this building, whatever decisions you may take in your capitals, Israel will do whatever it must do to defend our state and to defend our people. Distinguished delegates, as this deal with Iran moves ahead, I hope you'll enforce it. How can I put this? With a little more rigor than you showed with the 6 Security Council resolutions that Iran has systematically violated and which now have been effectively discarded. Make sure that the inspectors actually inspect. Make sure that the snapback sanctions actually snap back. And make sure that Iran's violations aren't swept under the Persian rug. Well, of one thing I can assure you, Israel will be watching closely. What the international community now needs to do is clear. First, make Iran comply with all its nuclear obligations. Keep Iran's feet to the fire. Second, check Iran's regional aggression. Support and strengthen those fighting Iran's aggression, beginning with Israel. Third, use sanctions and all the tools available to you to tear down Iran's global terror network. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel is working closely with our Arab peace partners to address our common security challenges from Iran and also the security challenges from ISIS and from others. We're also working with other states in the Middle East, as well as countries in Africa, in Asia, and beyond. Many in our region know that both Iran and ISIS are our common enemies. And when your enemies fight each other, don't strengthen either one, weaken both. Common dangers are clearly bringing Israel and its Arab neighbors closer. And as we work together to thwart those dangers, I hope we'll build lasting partnerships for security, for prosperity, and for peace. But in Israel, we never forget one thing. We never forget that the most important partner that Israel has always been and will always be the United States of America. The alliance between Israel and the United States is unshakable. President Obama and I agree on the need to keep arms out of the hands of Iran terror proxies. We agree on the need to stop Iran from destabilizing countries throughout the Middle East. Israel deeply appreciates President Obama's willingness to bolster our security, help Israel maintain its qualitative military edge, and help Israel confront the enormous challenges we face. Israel is grateful that this sentiment is widely shared by the American people and its representative in Congress, by both those who supported the deal and by those who opposed it. President Obama and I have both said that our differences over the nuclear deal are a disagreement within the family. But we have no disagreement about the need to work together to secure our common future. And what a great future it could be. Israel is uniquely poised to seize the promise of the 21st century. Israel is a world leader in science and technology, in cyber, software, water, agriculture, medicine, biotechnology, and so many other fields that are being revolutionized by Israeli ingenuity and Israeli innovation. Israel is the innovation nation. Israeli know-how is everywhere. It's in your computer's microprocessors and flash drives. It's in your smartphones when you send instant messages and navigate your cars. It's on your farms when you drip irrigate your crops and keep your grains and produce fresh. It's in your universities when you study Nobel Prize-winning discoveries in chemistry and economics. It's in your medicine cabinets when you use drugs to treat Parkinson's disease and multiple sclerosis. It's even on your plate when you eat the delicious cherry tomato. That too was perfected in Israel, in case you didn't know. We are so proud in Israel of the long strides our country has made in such a short time. We're so proud that our small country is making such a huge contribution to the entire world. Yet the dreams of our people, enshrined for eternity by the great prophets of the Bible, those dreams will be fully realized only when there is peace. As the Middle East descends into chaos, Israel's peace agreements with Egypt and Jordan are two cornerstones of stability. Israel remains committed to achieving peace with the Palestinians as well. I stood at this podium for the first time. I spoke that day against a resolution Israelis know the price of war. I know the price of war. I was nearly killed in battle. I lost many friends. I lost my beloved brother Yoni. Those who know the price of war can best appreciate what the blessings of peace would mean for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren. I am prepared to immediately resume direct peace negotiations with the Palestinian Authority without any preconditions whatsoever. Unfortunately, President Abbas said yesterday that he is not prepared to do this. Well, I hope he changes his mind, because I remain committed to a vision of 2 states for 2 peoples, in which a demilitarized Palestinian state recognizes the Jewish state. You know, the peace process began over 2 decades ago. Yet, despite the best efforts of 6 Israeli prime ministers, Rabin, Peres, Barak, Sharon, Omar, and myself, the Palestinians have consistently refused to end the conflict and make a final peace with Israel. And unfortunately, you heard that rejectionism yet again, only yesterday, from President Abbas. How can Israel make peace with a Palestinian partner who refuses to even sit at the negotiating table? Israel expects the Palestinian Authority to abide by its commitments. The Palestinians should not walk away from peace. President Abbas, I know it's not easy. I know it's hard. But we owe it to our peoples to try, to continue to try. Because together, if we actually negotiate and stop negotiating about the negotiations, if we actually sit down and try to resolve this conflict between us, recognize each other, not use a Palestinian state as a stepping stone for another Islamist dictatorship in the Middle East, but something that will live at peace next to the Jewish state. If we actually do that, we can do remarkable things for our peoples. The UN can help advance peace by supporting direct, unconditional negotiations between the parties. The UN won't help peace, certainly won't help advance peace, by trying to impose solutions or by encouraging Palestinian rejectionism. And the UN distinguished delegates should do one more thing. The UN should finally rid itself of the obsessive bashing of Israel. Here's just one absurd example of this obsession. In 4 years of horrific violence in Syria, more than 250,000 people have lost their lives. That's more than 10 times the number of Israelis and Palestinians combined who've lost their lives in a century of conflict between us. Yet last year, this assembly adopted 20 resolutions against Israel and just one resolution about the savage slaughter in Syria. Talk about injustice. Talk about disproportionality. 20. Count them. One against Syria. Well, frankly, I'm not surprised. To borrow a line from Yogi Berra, the late, great baseball player and part-time philosopher, when it comes to the annual bashing of Israel at the UN, it's déjà vu all over again. Enough. 31 years after I stood here for the first time, I'm still asking, when will the UN finally check its anti-Israel fanaticism at the door? When will the UN finally stop slandering Israel as a threat to peace and actually start helping Israel advance peace? And the same question should be posed to Palestinian leaders. When will you start working with Israel to advance peace and reconciliation and stop libeling Israel, stop inciting hatred and violence? President Abbas, here's a good place to begin. Stop spreading lies about Israel's alleged intentions on the Temple Mounts. Israel is fully committed to maintaining the status quo there. What President Abbas should be speaking out against are the actions of militant Islamists who are smuggling explosives into the Al-Aqsa Mosque and who are trying to prevent Jews and Christians from visiting the holy sites. That's the real threat to these sacred sites. A 1,000 years before the birth of Christianity, more than 1,500 years before the birth of Islam, King David made Jerusalem our capital, and King Solomon built the temple on that mount. Yet Israel will always respect the sacred shrines of all in a region plagued by violence and by unimaginable intolerance, in which Islamic fanatics are destroying the ancient treasures of civilization. Israel stands out as a towering beacon of enlightenment and tolerance. Far from endangering the holy sites, it is Israel that ensures their safety. Because unlike the powers who have ruled Jerusalem in the past, Israel respects the holy sites and freedom of worship of all, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everyone. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will never change, because Israel will always stay true to its values. These values are on display each and every day when Israel's feisty parliament vigorously debates every issue under the sun, when Israel's Chief Justice sits in her chair at our fiercely independent Supreme Court, when our Christian community continues to grow and thrive from year to year, as Christian communities are decimated elsewhere in the Middle East, when a brilliant young Israeli Muslim student gives her valedictorian address at one of our finest universities, and when Israeli doctors and nurses from the Israeli military treat thousands of wounded from the killing fields of Syria and thousands more in the wake of natural disasters from Haiti to Nepal. This is the true face of Israel. These are the values of Israel. And in the Middle East, these values are under savage assault by militant Islamists who are forcing millions of terrified people to flee to distant shores. 10 miles from ISIS, a few hundred yards from Iran's murderous proxies, Israel stands in the breach, proudly and courageously defending freedom and progress. Israel is civilization's front line in the battle against barbarism. So here's a novel idea for the United Nations. Instead of continuing the shameful routine of bashing Israel, stand with Israel. Stand with Israel as we check the fanaticism at our door. Stand with Israel as we prevent that fanaticism from reaching your door. Ladies and gentlemen, stand with Israel, because Israel is not just defending itself. More than ever, Israel is defending you.
On behalf of General Assembly, I wish to thank Prime Minister of the State of Israel for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear a statement by His Excellency Dato Sri Najib Bintun.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on Benjamin Netanyahu's speech he gave at the UN this morning. I was going to do Tech Talk with Jeff, but unfortunately we have some breaking news to report. Really unfortunate. We don't have any video right now, but we're hearing reports of 10 people killed in a shooting at a college campus in Oregon. We don't have any video coming in right this second, but according to Twitter, it's Umpqua Community College. This is in Roseburg, Oregon. I'm going to go ahead and pull up what I can off the internet in terms of maps and any additional information I can get you guys from Twitter. I know it's just breaking right now. Really unfortunate. Again, this is reports of a shooting, reports of 10 people dead is what we're hearing. I know Fox National is working to get us some video from the scene. Again, this is all unfolding right now. Umpqua Community College. North of Medford, it looks like it's between Medford and Eugene, Oregon. Details about the school itself, we know. Apparently 10 people dead, more than 20 people wounded in this shooting. This is an active shooting underway. I'm just hearing reports of it in the last 15 minutes. There are news outlets that are reporting it. I know Mike's sending me some information right now. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office telling Fox News that cops responded to a report of a shooting on campus at Umpqua Community College. You guys get an idea for what the school looks like. This is an image of the school from the school's website itself, Umpqua Community College. Cops responded to a report of a shooting on campus at 10:30 local time. Again, they're in the Pacific time zone, so literally about 42 minutes ago. Fire department tweeted there that was an active shooter and for people to stay away from this area. Again, this is breaking news. I'm just going to put my mic on mute for a second while I go ahead and gather more information for you guys. Again, guys, we are gathering information right now. We don't have a lot of information to go off of. We are working with Fox National to get you guys some more information. But again, what we know so far, 10 people reportedly shot and killed, more than 20 people wounded at a community college in Oregon. Let's see what else I can get you. This again is a map of where exactly the college is. Umpqua Community College, specifically in Roseburg, Oregon. I can give you a street view. This is the area that we are looking at of this shooting. Again, I am going to pull up whatever tweets I can find right now. We're going to go ahead and go through Twitter. I've just searched Umpqua Community College. Sad day, another mass shooting. 10 dead, active shooter, reports of multiple people shot there. Really unfortunate. This is out of Roseburg, Oregon. Again, we are just working to get information. When I first searched the school, it was not trending on Twitter. I'm going to do another search, refresh the page, and see if it is now trending. It looks like it's still relatively new news. People just learning about it now. Again, reports of an active shooter on campus. Police responding to the scene, Umpqua Community College. 10 people reportedly dead, more than 20 others injured. Really, really unfortunate story out of there. It's very tragic indeed. Again, Umpqua Community College. There's an image of it. This is in Roseburg, Oregon. So this hashtag now is hashtag UCC shooting. I'm just getting that right now from a local news channel up in that area. Now we're here seeing a report that 15 people might be dead, 20 wounded. Again, these are just numbers that we're just getting in, and you guys are looking at the tweets as I'm seeing them. We're hearing now reports of 10 to 15 dead, 20 wounded. This is a very tragic thing. If all these numbers are accurate, I mean, I don't remember a mass shooting on a college campus with this many casualties since Virginia Tech. And obviously, we don't know any information right now. We don't know anything about the shooter, whether the shooter, whether it's still an active shooter, whether a suspect has been caught. We have no indications right now of any information. We know that the fire department did tweet saying active shooter at UCC, please stay away from the area. They tweeted that at 10:44 a.m., so almost 45 minutes ago. We know people at the university tweeting shots fired on campus, lockdown, do not come to campus until further notice. And this is in Douglas County, Oregon. Again, we don't have a lot of information right now. I can take you back to the map. We can give you a look at it from an aerial point of view. We can do Google Earth for you. There you have another idea of the university and the area that we are talking about. Again, guys, I'm working to get any information I can, and I'll be with you guys with more information momentarily. All right, guys, again, let's go back to the hashtag UCC shooting. Let's see if there's anything else coming in right now. Now we're seeing, again, 15 confirmed dead at Umpqua Community College. Please take a moment to hug loved ones. This is messed up. It's really just a very unfortunate story. Again, this is Umpqua Community College, a college campus in Oregon. Now we're hearing possibly 15 people dead. Again, we don't have any official numbers other than what we're hearing from different news reports. 15 people dead, 10 people dead. It's awful. Vanessa Ross, I mean, her tweet sums that this is happening way too often. It shouldn't be even be happening at all. This is awful. This is so sad. I mean, Asia B, seeing all these college shootings makes me want to drop out. Prayers for the victims and their family, active shooter situation. Obviously, people with various points of view. This is really, really unfortunate. We have a visual of what Umpqua Community College looks like. So terrible. I cannot believe that we are reporting this. It's so awful. Again, last we heard active shooter on campus, Oregon. This is in Roseburg, Oregon, at Umpqua Community College. Now we're hearing that it may be more than 10 people dead, possibly 15. Again, I'm going off of the tweets that I'm looking at right now, guys. We're working to get more information. I know I just talked to Ron a few minutes ago. Hopefully he'll be able to join me I know both of us, basically the entire newsroom, just working to get more information for you guys. And as soon as we can get live images in from Oregon, we'll bring that to you here on News Now. I know some of you in the chat room asking questions, Blazing Star saying who was the shooter. We don't have any information right now. It's very unclear. We're just learning about this school shooting. Honestly, in the last 10 minutes or so, we just learned about it and don't know anything about the shooter. We don't know where exactly in the school it took place. Literally all we know right now is active shooter on campus. First we heard 10, now we're hearing possibly 15 people dead. More than 20 injured. It is all over the internet. Hashtag UCC shooting. I'm going to go ahead and try to get more information. We can get the latest tweets in. Just absolutely awful. Umpqua Community College, that is trending right now nationwide. Fox News update right here. Unconfirmed reports of multiple fatalities and injuries. Again, this is Douglas County, Oregon. Absolutely awful. Here we're seeing breaking news, suspect down in custody after shooting. Again, that is just something that was tweeted momentarily. I cannot confirm that, but again, we are learning that this is an active shooting as of right now, mass shooting at this community college in Oregon. Absolutely awful. Roseburg, Oregon. We know either way, whether it's 10 people killed or 15 people killed, more than 20 injured, dozens and dozens of people have been shot on this college campus in Roseburg, Oregon. This is Umpqua Community College. Again, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the school, we don't have any live images coming in right now, but this is a Google map view of the university. We have this image as well from Google. So you have an idea of what the front of the university looks like. This is the campus that we are looking at, and we'll go back to that Google Earth view until we have other images that we can show. Really, really unfortunate story. Ron Hoon joining me now. Ron, this is just awful. This is a really awful situation. We're just looking at tweets. Again, we don't have any live pictures to go off of, so I've just, relied on Google Earth view and.
Yeah, it's remote enough. It's actually just off the I-5 freeway, between Seattle and LA, but it's a small enough city that I don't believe they have any TV news crews, that kind of thing.
Right,
You're going to be south of Eugene. I'm sure they're getting crews down there as quick as they can. And north of Medford.
Right. So I wonder which news market it does fall into. But either way, it's not like, it's down the street from a local news station.
I would
like
bet.
That. I'm wondering if I know it sounds awful, but if there's anything on Periscope, if anyone might be live streaming on Periscope, something to look into. I'm going to go ahead and check that right now. But now we're hearing, right now I know the lower third says 10 reportedly dead, but now we're hearing possibly 15 dead.
I have seen that headline, but I haven't seen any confirmation.
Again, even 10 reportedly dead is, it's
horrifying.
Just something that's reported. Some people are saying 7, we're hearing 10, we're hearing 15, we're hearing more than 20 people killed. Either way, there are dozens and dozens of people that have been shot.
Yeah.
Some may survive, others unfortunately have not. I'm going to go ahead and see if there's anything on Periscope.
Yeah, take a look there, and I'll just show people this campus. The little bit of information that is coming in. So you're just off the 5. Roseburg is, I think, less than an hour's drive, or maybe about an hour's drive south of Eugene. And
it doesn't look like there are any live streams happening right now.
Yeah. So you've got, we'll just widen out here. You can see there's Eugene to the north and Medford to the south. I'm pretty sure it'd be in the Eugene TV market. It wouldn't take them too long to get crews down there.
Right.
But, we've seen this.
I assume they have a chopper maybe, perhaps, that they can send out? No?
Maybe Portland would.
Yeah.
I bet Portland would. Eugene's also a pretty small TV market. But I remember it's been several years since I've driven up that part of the 5, but it really is such a beautiful part of the Pacific Northwest, and it's perched right on this corner of the river right here, and the community college is right next to the Southern Oregon Wine Institute, and somewhere, my understanding is it happened in the science building.
Okay.
So we're zooming in here. I don't know if it would actually take us to that level or not.
Now apparently Oregon State Police have now confirmed that 15 are dead, and everyone
is that right?
Apparently, according to the tweets that I'm seeing from Reuters.
Okay.
So I feel like we can at least change the lower third to 15 reportedly dead, according to what we're seeing.
State Police.
Remove active shooter.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
I'm just going to keep checking Twitter because I noticed that Oregon State Police is now also trending, in addition to Umpqua Community College trending.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Maybe we
But again, we're hearing, and then you see tweets that where 10 people are dead. So, again, guys, these are just numbers we're getting in from the internet, from other media outlets that are reporting this.
Yeah.
I can't confirm any of it, but you guys are watching how Ron uses Google and how sometimes web pages don't exist.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to
but
be able to show people.
But we do have other, go to that second tab up
Okay.
there. I have that already
Okay.
open. There's photos of the campus that we've looked at a couple of the buildings. If you go to the scroll.
Okay. Also, they have their own Twitter page.
No, that is the search. I'm sure they do have a Twitter page though, but I do know that at least is all the tweets coming in from the.
Here's their Facebook page.
Wow, it's so awful
It's
to think
so
that like you
awful.
look at the last post they posted 3 hours ago and it's about a harvest fest, and it has, I mean, we can scroll down and it's like you see, you know, they're excited about their 5th annual harvest fest at the school with the pumpkin. It's just, you have no idea when you're posting that hours ago that your school is now going to make national headlines for such an awful thing. It's so awful. And we're seeing reports now, again, none of this confirmed by us yet, but 15 dead, 20 injured, suspect in custody. And another thing, when they say suspect in custody, sometimes they report a suspect in custody even after they've killed themselves, right?
Yes.
So it's again, we don't know, but
everything is so it's so
when
sketchy
it's these
in the
mass
first
shootings, it's always someone who's not always,
Right.
but more often than not, it's someone who's suicidal,
Yeah.
kills a whole bunch of people, and then kills himself. Self-inflicted gunshot wound. We hear it time and time again whenever we cover these mass shootings, and it sucks that we cover them as much as we do.
Correct. I remember when we had the really horrifying instance at Virginia Tech.
Right. I was just saying that we haven't had a mass shooting on a college campus this severe since Virginia Tech.
Yeah. And I remember being in the newsroom that day, and the first reports were, I think, that 3 people had been shot, and then 8 people had been shot, and then all of a sudden it came in, and I mean shot and killed.
Right.
And I believe the total number there was over 30, or was about 30.
Right. Let me go ahead and.
And when we heard that, like you guys hear us talk about the squawk box all the time. And so that's our communication, our sort of our
32
instant
people
communication.
killed, 17 others wounded.
Yeah, and it has defined a part of that campus and its identity ever since. And so, you know, here's a small town in Oregon, kind of an idyllic setting there along the Umpqua River, kind of these rolling hills.
Right.
In the foothills of the Cascades. I don't think Roseburg, I bet you it's, I don't know, 15,000 maybe, a pretty small community.
Right.
And so somebody decides they're going to do this. Most of the time, we don't know yet if this was a student or not. Most of the time in the past, they have been people who are linked to the school where the shooting is. And, you know, so many, even elementary schools, junior highs, and high schools have taken steps to protect their campus, where it used to be that you could just walk onto any campus, you know, of any school. Now there are barriers, there are fences that have been set up.
There are people checking IDs. I remember about 2 years ago going onto the USC campus at night, and there was a guard at the gate that wanted to see my student ID before I, went. I showed him my Facebook profile page showing that I was an alum, and he thankfully let me go on, but who's to say that someone else might not do that and do something terrible then? But then again, it tends to be that it's the students themselves that are doing these sorts of things, or I don't know. It's hard to say.
So they are saying about 33. This is Mike is working this as well, Mike Page, and he's saying that about 3,300 full-time students there, and the vineyard was added a few years ago because this is a big part of the whole agricultural business now in the Pacific Northwest, as they are trying to compete with California, in terms of wine development and that kind of thing, and actually doing it pretty successfully. But this image here of Umpqua Community College shows a quiet campus, lots of different buildings scattered about. It would be, as with so many college campuses, it would be impossible to control through like one gate or one fence all the comings and goings of students, and so it is obviously easier than, as we were just talking about, the way high schools and junior highs and even elementary schools operate now, with more of an enclosed enclosed campus. So we are waiting to hear a little additional information on the shooter himself. It's just so disturbing.
Right. Again, I'm just scrolling through Twitter, guys, trying to learn any information I can, new information.
I guess it's hashtagging as UCC shooting.
Well, the thing is, some people use that hashtag, but that's not what's trending yet.
Oh yeah, what did you see was trending then?
Trending specifically is not what's trending right now isn't a hashtag. It's Umpqua Community College itself is trending nationwide, and Oregon State Police is trending nationwide. In terms of hashtags, I've seen hashtag UCC shooting, hashtag school shooting, hashtag Roseburg, hashtag Oregon. Again, I'm just going through all the different hashtags I see when I searched Umpqua Community College. So maybe I can search. I'm going to search the tweets with the viewers so they can kind of see them as they come in.
By the way, there was a pretty immediate federal response. I'm seeing that ATF had special agents already out on campus. That's our John Roy on our assignment desk was just retweeting that from ATF themselves. And so that's interesting that they are able to have a presence out there that quickly.
Looks like Doug Ducey just tweeted, or in the last 5 minutes tweeted, "Our hearts and prayers are with the people of Oregon right now." We see that tweet just came in. And yes, I believe Mary, our executive producer on our morning show, saying that condolences are already pouring in on the school's Facebook page. We're going to go ahead and pull that back up. Right here, you can see reviews. Just heard the news. Active shooter. 10 dead CNN reports. Please keep them in your prayers. And people just commenting on this. That's the only place you can really. It's so awful.
It is so awful. We had our freeway shootings here in the valley, and almost immediately they had the concerns over copycats. And so it just every time there is a horrible, violent incident like this, it's the age that we live in. Everybody knows about it instantly. And so whoever this cowardly, cold-blooded killer is, hopefully already taken down by law enforcement, was, undoubtedly somehow influenced, you would have to believe, by previous events, because it seems to happen over and over again.
So
100 acres. It's really only been there since the late 60s. It's the campus, like I said, Roseburg's a fairly small community. You've got a college, obviously there's a big college in Eugene, the University of Oregon, and there's a pretty good sized college in Medford, Southern Oregon College or University. I spent some time on that campus when I was younger.
I do want Douglas in the chat room saying that Fox News just did a live phone interview with one of the students.
Yes.
As part of the lockdown. Were you able to hear that?
Just like a glimpse, and he said he thought there might have been 2 shooters. That's just one person who was on campus, but you never know when you're hearing.
Yeah,
you're in the panic of the moment, and you just don't know.
I'm going to read a few comments. I know that we've been focusing more on gathering information, but I do want to acknowledge you guys in the chat room. Les Chow-Main saying, remember a professor shot by another professor just a few weeks ago. It's such a small case. Okay. No one remembers it. I do remember that. That was the last school shooting we just covered here.
Was which one?
The one where the professor shot the other professor, Louisiana shooting,
yes.
I believe.
Yeah.
It was Louisiana, right?
It was either Louisiana or Mississippi.
Mississippi shooting.
Mm-hmm. You go to the main news websites in Oregon, and they were geared up today to be talking about today's the first day of legal pot in Oregon.
Right. That's
kind of a big national story.
Right. You know how we get stories from all over the country from different states. The one story sent to us from Fox in Oregon today specifically was there were 2 of them, recreational pot stores open and early wine harvest. I had 2 stories come in from Oregon that I had the option of playing for viewers today.
Yeah.
So, fire district over there, tweeting active shooter seen as code 4, multiple casualties, all PTs transported. Media requests are being handled by Douglas County Major Crimes. What is a code 4?
I don't know.
And then PT, what do they mean by that? Patients?
I think so.
Multiple casualties, all patients transported?
Mm-hmm. They probably have one hospital in that entire area. Who those people, when they got up for work this morning, had no idea they were going to have to deal with a tragedy like this.
So awful.
All right, so code 4 in police lingo and on scanner traffic is no further assistance needed. In other words, the situation is over.
It's being handled.
But particularly with some of these high capacity guns, it could be over in literally a matter of seconds. A guy could kill as many as he wanted to. With in such a cowardly way that nobody would have a chance to.
It's just god awful. And the thing is, you wonder. You said it was in a science building. You wonder if it was in a science class, one of those halls where you could just, a full classroom.
Right.
Could be under attack instantly like that, and everyone's grouped together, sitting side by side, and
right.
There's only one exit in that, and if he's standing in a position maybe at the top of, you know what I mean? I'm thinking of
Yeah,
one
sure.
of those like classrooms
Right.
with auditorium style seating, and you know,
Yes.
if the shooter's by the door, that's the only way to get out. And it's so awful.
The reports are that 20. Now, the original report was 10 dead, 20 injured. So we don't know if we're dealing with a total of 30 students here, and that number has just gone from 15 dead, which would then leave you with 15 injured,
Right.
or if we're really dealing with a total of 35 students and or professors.
Now hashtag UCC shooting is trending, #1 trend nationwide.
Sure.
Again, guys, we don't have any live video coming in right now, but Ron, real quick, that thing coming in on Sat 6, that looks like it's the Oregon newscast that they're
Yeah, it
sending
does.
in. Because it looks like the
Channel 9.
weather report coming in is from the Oregon coast. So it looks like Fox is sending us some feed right now, guys. We're working to see.
I'm betting that's the Eugene station if it's
So
KEZI.
again, if we are able to take this, we will. If they have any sort of images, it looks like right now they're just sort of, they have a scroll at the bottom of their newscast talking about it. But right now, no live images from the school at this time. Really, we have.
Oddly enough, they're
Google
just
Map
doing their
view.
weather forecast.
It is very odd.
Oh, by the way, on the map, Sami, I might be able to. Is there a way for us to check that we can carry? I know we have different rules online, but I think I might be able to shed a little bit more light now in that, from what I've been able to determine, this building right here is called Crouch Hall, right here, and right next to it there on the left.
Where did you get this image?
From there, well, where did it go?
What did I do?
I don't know. Oh, there it is.
Do you want to? You want me to pull that up here?
I just, yeah, I did this
I'm gonna go.
on a Google search. But, so it's this building. We'll go looking for that. So while we're waiting for that to pull up, I believe if in fact it is, if the shooting did happen to the science building, it's that building right there.
Right there. Okay.
This is, as I said, this is the,
Wayne.
yeah, that's the Crouch Hall. This is the science building. And then this is Snyder Hall. The library is actually just right here. Trying to determine this number. That's the main auditorium, you know, where they would have student gatherings or basketball games, etc. Here's the library. And we believe, if the original reports were that it was in the science building proved to be accurate, it would be centered in on this building right here. You know, again, wide open college campus, large parking area. Mike had done some work for us, our Mike Page, indicating that they have over 3,000 full-time students there.
It looks like there's a lot of photos coming in now, so I want to go ahead and check on Twitter to see if we have these photos, because I do know that there are some photos coming in from the scene that some of the other news stations are able, you can kind of get a feel for it.
Oh, there you are right there.
You know?
Beautiful sunny day
And
there.
so I'm going to just search photos with the hashtag, and you're going to see what's coming in. You see people, ambulances, people getting into ambulances. It's absolutely awful. So,
All right. They need me to go beyond, do some stuff here on the noon news,
Right.
but we'll learn a lot more, and obviously we'll have, you know, extensive coverage of this as the day
Right,
goes on.
absolutely,
It's
Ron.
so
Thanks for
heartbreaking.
being with us. And again, guys, this is a aerial view of the area we are looking at. Gonna keep working this story and get you guys any information we have. Again, we're hearing 10 dead, 15 dead. Again, these are all things that have been reported, but we don't have any official confirmation right now. I'm going to check Oregon State Police and see if they've tweeted anything. It looks like Oregon State Police has not tweeted today. So it looks like we have no official word from them. But we are working to get you guys any additional information we can. Absolutely awful. All right, guys, it looks like there is a feed coming in. I want to say that this is the scene of, here is the scene right here coming out of Oregon. Let's go ahead and listen.
But we're about to receive more information in just moments, and we will continue to bring you those new details as soon as we can.
Getting information, thank you, Amber.
All right, so that was just what was being fed into us from Fox National, as you know. That was from KEZI, which is in Eugene, Oregon. Again, guys, we are trying to get you as much information as possible. The hashtag is UCC shooting. Again, it was Umpqua Community College in Oregon. We know that the suspect is in custody from what we're hearing. We're hearing reports of 10 to 15 shot and killed, 20 injured, at least 20 injured. Again, these are just preliminary numbers right now. The university, not the university, the community college is in Roseburg, Oregon. Suspect is in custody. We don't know if the suspect is alive or not. Have not gotten any official word from police. Again, this has just unfolded in the last hour or so. We started covering it about 35 minutes ago when we first got word of it. I believe the shooting was reported at 10:30, around 10:30 Oregon time, Pacific time, which is the same time schedule as us here in Arizona. So again, the shooting took place about an hour and a half ago. We know multiple people killed, many more injured. It's an awful situation. We can go through some of these live tweets again. Lots of people sending prayers to the victims. These shooters are terrorists, nothing more, nothing less. They should be treated as such. Tweeted by Zane Jones. Deb saying, my anger and sympathy and solemn promise to keep fighting for gun control goes out to the families of the victims. Megan Peterson saying, just heard about the UCC shooting. I don't even know what to think, say, or feel about gun violence anymore. And Vince22 saying, why worry about ISIS when we have homeland terrorism on an almost weekly basis? Prayers to all affected by the UCC shooting. How many shootings have happened this year? Kyle Howard, this really makes me so upset. It's sad that kids have to practice lockdown drills more than fire drills. Dakota McMillan saying, we live in a world where tragedies such as these happen way too often. So awful again, guys. Continuing to learn information, working to get you any information we can. And we will we'll go back and show you some of these images coming in from Twitter. We have this image from the scene. Another image from the scene. And another image from the scene. Obviously, absolutely awful. Awful news. Umpqua Community College, Roseburg, Oregon, between Eugene and Medford. We're looking for any possible additional information. We are monitoring the Twitter feeds again, guys. We don't have any live video coming out of there right now, but we are working to get that for you guys. This is a Google Earth view of the university. As Ron pointed out, if his understanding of the map is correct, it took place in a science building, one of these two buildings on the campus. You can see the campus overall span is right here. Very pretty area, many trees, a river, and obviously a very tragic day there at the college. Again, according to Fox News, we're hearing now at least 15 people dead. Again, that is what they are hearing. We haven't gotten any official word. Obviously, police trying to control the situation. There has been no official press conference or any official word. Again, we are just monitoring the situation, looking at some of the images coming in, and looking at the tweets as well. As we said, the hashtag is UCC shooting. It's the #1 trending topic nationwide. Obviously, it is horrible. According to this tweet, the UCC shooting is the 45th school shooting in America this year. The 142nd since Sandy Hook. Interesting. Photos, police search bags at the campus, searching bags. Again, guys, we're just going to go through some of these tweets. Just working to get any information we can. I'm going to go ahead and check the photos again, see if there are any new photos. Doesn't look like it. I'm working to get more information. Let's go back to the live images. I know a lot of you guys in the chat room talking about this story. We are working to get you guys more information, but again, it's very difficult to get you any sort of accurate number until police come out and give an official number. I know we're hearing reports of 10, we're hearing reports of 15. I see Happily in the chat room saying 16 confirmed dead is what she read, including the gunman. We don't know a lot of information. Again, guys, we are relying on social media just as much as you are. We are relying on our sources at Fox National, and again, we are going to continue to be on this story throughout the day and give you guys any sort of information as it develops, as it comes into the newsroom.
All right, everybody, we're continuing. This is Mike Page. We are continuing to monitor this breaking news situation out in Oregon. I'm going to work to show you some other scenes here. All right, as you can see, still nothing posted on the official college's Facebook page. But as we go down here, people are starting to comment from around the world, really, on their thoughts and prayers going out to this to this college that has just gone over a massive shooting attack. Working to get you more details, but as you can see, people are starting to comment from around the world. Still no official update on the Facebook page of this college. We're still waiting to get video from the scene, but as you can see here, people from around the country and the world already filing in and writing their condolences of this horrible situation. Earlier, our governor put out a tweet saying our hearts and prayers are with the people of Oregon right now. All right, these are the latest tweets coming from the hashtag UCC shooting. As people are, they're coming in fast. They're coming in about hundreds and hundreds of seconds here. As you can see, these are being read. We're still waiting on video from the scene as we continue to monitor this breaking news situation. All right, we just got this in. According to Fox News, they are talking to a parent that is getting text from their child on campus saying that they are looking for one more person. That is why they are now evacuating the campus. And that is coming from Fox News. We're also getting reports that this happened at the college's Snyder Hall. Still waiting on official confirmation from police sources there. As you can imagine, they are just totally inundated with this horrible news. We are continuing to follow this breaking news situation in Oregon. Hearing multiple reports of casualties. We don't have a firm number yet. But as you know, just one is way too many. All right, we're going to be continuing to follow this breaking news situation with this deadly college campus shooting. Once we get more video, of course, we will show that to you, but we also want to go to other news happening right now. Let me take this off. And there has been the latest developments in the Fast and Furious trial, in the murder trial of two men charged in the death of a U.S. Border Patrol agent whose death exposed the botched Fast and Furious gun tracking operation. At 11:30, the jury did reach a verdict in the murder trial of two men who were charged in the killing of the U.S. Border Patrol agent in 2010. The verdict was to be read midday Thursday in federal court in Tucson. It comes only after just a few hours of deliberation. The jury found the two men guilty of murder in the killing of a U.S. Border Patrol agent. Of course, this is just happening right now as we're getting new details in the Fast and Furious case.
Just south there of Roseburg, and that's where they will be reunited with their family and their friends at the Douglas.
All right, back onto the coverage of our deadly college campus shooting out there in Oregon. Still waiting on a firm number of the amount of people dead, but this is a very fluid story right now. As you can imagine, just tons and tons of information is being put out there, but we need confirmation first. Still waiting on a more firm number here as we continue to monitor this breaking news situation out in Oregon here. You can see we have a Google aerial of the campus here. 3,300 students go there full-time, about 16,000 part-time.
Happened within the last couple of hours. Again, the first reports of shooting coming in at 10.
This is the main hashtag that a lot of people are using with this hashtag UCC shooting. This is a very fluid situation, as you can see on Okay, here is video coming in from our affiliate. We just have to lower the audio here, but this is the scene right near the campus. As you can see, a lot of barricades already up. There's community members, maybe family already there, friends, just trying to make sense of what is going on. It's, as you can imagine, a horrible, horrible situation that has happened at this community college in Oregon. We appreciate you watching this live breaking news situation. Obviously, it's very a fluid situation. We don't know the extent of the injuries or fatalities, but we're hearing multiple reports of people dead. This is a very small town, so you just know that all of their resources are being really pressed and stressed right now, as agencies from all over the area no doubt will be coming to support this investigation and just try to make some sense. I know it's hard to make sense of something that happens like this, but they're going to be working through the day and into the morning on this. You can see more resources coming in from the sheriff department there in Douglas County where this incident has occurred. People are standing by. Just a terrifying and just horrible news story to have to report to you on this Thursday as this community college is really going through a bad situation. We don't have a firm number on the number of injured or dead, but they're being counted as multiple people have died because of this shooting at Umpqua Community College in Oregon. It's a small community college, about 3,300 students full-time. This is a very, very small town, so you can just imagine that their resources are very limited, and you know that there's going to be agencies from all around that area coming from miles and miles away to support, and definitely other counties and everybody, because you know they're just stretched very thin in a small rural town like this. This all happened around 10:38 is when they first got the first call of a mass shooting at the college in Roseburg, Oregon. Oregon State Police told our affiliate that at least 7 are dead and 20 are injured. But that number keeps on bouncing back and forth, so still nothing firm yet, but that is what they are working with right now with this situation. We will now cut over there as their affiliate then is going to go and talk about some stuff as well. These are more images coming in from our affiliate. The Mercy Medical Center said in a Facebook posting that it received about 9 patients from the shooting and 3 more were on the way. That's coming from Mercy Medical Center there in town. As you can see, people are tweeting from all over the country now, saying that their heart goes out to this horrible situation there. So far, no word, though, on their official Facebook page of any shooting or any warning for the students there. That is probably the most shocking part, is you could just see right here is where a lot of people from around the country are just writing their condolences, but no word from the school itself, at least on social media. These are the images that have been coming in from the scene. This is at Umpqua Community College in Oregon. We are now hearing that SWAT teams are moving building to building, but the Douglas County Sheriff is telling Fox News that there is no longer an active threat on the campus. First report of this happening 10:38 this morning. Also from Fox News, they talked to a mother that one of her children go to the school, and it says, I also got to talk to one young lady who was in a classroom, and she literally ran from the campus. We talked to her at the end of the road, which is probably 3/4 of a mile long. She was crying and said she wasn't waiting around to be rescued. She was leaving. So that was coming from a student who told her mom that then relayed that information to Fox News. Horrible situation out here in Douglas County as we're getting now a map of the campus here at Umpqua Community College. There's about 3,300 full-time students that go to this community college, 16,000 part-time students. As you can imagine, this is just a very fluid news story with lots of reports coming, and we're trying our best to confirm those details before we put them out there. We are hearing from our sources that some victims are even being flown to Portland for life-threatening injuries. This is a massive school shooting that occurred just about 10:40 this morning. Here is the very latest that Fox News is able to get confirmed. The shooting happened at around 10:38 local time. A Douglas County board assistant said preliminary reports indicated at least 15 people are dead. Oregon State Police Lieutenant told our affiliate that at least 7 are dead, with some 20 injured. So as you can see right there, there's conflicting reports still of the casualties and injuries. A Douglas County Sheriff's Department spokesperson said multiple assets were on site and EMS was on the scene. The ATF said on Twitter that it had special agents already on the scene. Students and faculty members are being bused to the Douglas County Fairgrounds and can be picked up there. Mercy Medical Center said in a Facebook posting that it had received 9 patients from the shooting and 3 more were on the way. The Mercy Medical Center posting urged readers to please continue to pray. A photographer for the Roseburg News-Review newspaper said he saw people being loaded into multiple ambulances and taken to a local hospital. So that is what we know right now. We head back out to their Facebook page where you can see condolences are rolling in. The Douglas County Sheriff is telling Fox News that there is no longer an active threat. the ATF said on Twitter that it had special agents on the scene. Still waiting on some confirmation. We're getting these images in from our affiliate. We are continuing to monitor this breaking news situation in Oregon as a mass shooting has taken place. Still trying to get details on the number of injured and dead. But obviously 1 injured and 1 dead is just way too many, as this we're dealing with yet another school shooting in America. Okay, we lost that signal, but what we are going to do is show you our tag board right now. Just let me set this up for you. Okay, this is from people that are in the area or have been tweeting about this situation. So we are going to read some off for you. Take a look at this one. I don't ever want to get pulled out of class to be told my mom was in a shooting ever again. Can't stop shaking. Aaron says, I realize now everything good I have to be thankful for because I could have lost my life today. So these are coming from tweets that are in Oregon as people are reacting to the situation of the school shooting. So thankful our son is safe. He was just outside Snyder Hall and saw it start and jumped in his rig and sped off. Okay, we are now getting live aerials. Oh, and it looks like thing froze up again. They're having a little problems with their aerials. Once that comes back, we will show that to you. And it looks like it is up for a little bit. Very fluid situation. We lost it once again. Going back to this. These are tweets from the hashtag UCC shooting, as it's a very fluid situation. Live aerials right now of the campus. Just getting word now that the Attorney General has said that there has been 13 people dead, including the shooter. Plus the shooter. 13 plus the shooter. As you can see, a dog going around this particular vehicle. We continued to lose that aerial shot. As see if it comes back. If not, we will go back to it once it does. But we will keep showcasing these tweets for you as this is a live breaking news situation. Thank you all for watching this Fox 10 News Now stream. This is live aerials from our affiliate right now. Police are really keep losing it. You can see the signal is just not very good. But they are keeping a close eye on this vehicle here. These are the tweets from people reacting to this live breaking news situation. Waiting for the names of the taken is the hardest. I don't even know what to do. That is from Colin. As you can see, these tweets are just so sad to read as people are hoping that their loved one is okay. This hits too close to home, says Kim. People are absolutely sick. No innocent person deserves to be killed while trying to pursue an education. Our live aerials do continue on the campus of Umpqua Community College. About 3,300 full-time students here. We are hearing that the students there were bussed out of campus as police continue to do their investigation. This is obviously just in the preliminary stages as a mass shooting has taken place. Just seems like every once in a while we always have to report on these deadly mass school shootings. We just never know the reason why someone would want to take people's lives. Kylie says, getting that text was one of the scariest things I've ever experienced. So thankful Hayden is okay. And she using the hashtag there, pray for UCC. Continue to take these live aerials as officials are surrounding vehicles, as this is just investigation is just in its very early stages. But what we do know is this is a deadly mass school shooting. As you know, after these school shootings, that always comes into how do we protect our students at a school or a university or a community college like this one? What is going to need to happen? And obviously, there is going to be another discussion on guns in America. You got to wonder, how many more of these are we going to put up with? How many more innocent people? This just shows us how much we need to keep our loved ones close. Jordan says, I'm scared to go back to school now. Braden says, all my friends at UCC, call me as soon as you can. Obviously, loved ones, family, friends, all worrying about their loved ones. Did they make it out okay? Or are they one of the injured? Or worse, are they one that did not survive this deadly school shooting at Umpqua Community College? Live aerials now of the campus. This is just a very sad situation all around, as another school shooting in America has happened. As you can imagine, people are worrying about their loved ones. Are they okay? Can we get in touch with them? We continue to go back to these to this feed because, well, we're just losing those aerial shots, as it's a very fluid situation. Lots of going on there in Oregon. Jordan says you can just feel the sadness in the hallways. This was taken earlier, but just a sad situation all around. We appreciate you all watching this Fox 10 News Now live stream. A deadly school shooting in America once again.
This is not a large police force. It's a small town with a small police force, a small fire department. And the reports that we're getting are from the Oregon State Police.
There's another shot of this community college, but man, that signal just keeps on getting screwed up here. We want to keep on showing this to you, but we apologize as we cannot control, obviously, this feed as it continues going dark on us. No word yet on the suspect. Roger says, "Hi all, I appreciate the text and messages. I'm okay. My prayers and thoughts go out to all that were affected." And wow, so at least Roger put out that tweet so his family members and his friends let them know everything is okay with him. Obviously a different situation for some, as we have multiple fatalities. We just don't have a firm number on that, but many more injured as we continue to showcase this breaking news situation coming out of Oregon. As you can see, the K-9 going around the parking lot of this community college. As they continue to investigate this horrible, deadly school shooting, another school shooting in America.
You think so?
These are live aerials of the community college. Still not a firm number on the amount dead or injured, but obviously one is too many. Lots of activity in this parking lot of the college campus. You can see it taped off there as officials are scouring the parking lot. Once again, this just goes to show you that at any time, any place, something can happen like this. So you just never know what day is going to bring you. Obviously, you could just imagine the amount of people that are trying to text or call their loved ones, and most of them are probably getting through to their loved ones, but then you gotta imagine the ones that can't get through right now, and what that means to them in this horrible situation when you just don't know what's going on. The news out there and the information out there is just so fluid. But you really got to just put your thoughts out to the ones that are affected right now, the family and the friends that are all know someone that's going to this community college. If there's just so many unanswered questions right now, but probably the biggest one is, it's always this one. It's why? As you can see, investigators are on the scene as they're just in their very, very early stages of this investigation, as this deadly school shooting did occur around 10:40 this morning. Multiple reports of people being fatally shot, many more injured. Still waiting on an official press conference to take place there in Oregon.
All right, guys, forgive us. The feed out of Oregon is a little glitchy, but bear with us. We're going to continue to bring you these live aerials over Umpqua Community College in Oregon again. In case you're just joining us, a deadly college campus shooting took place just after 10:30. This was in Roseburg, Oregon, between Medford and Eugene, Oregon. We're hearing various reports in terms of the number of people killed, anywhere between 10 and 15 people. At least a dozen more injured. Again, we don't have any official numbers, but we are hearing that a press conference will be held momentarily. So once that press conference is held, we will carry that for you here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, guys, just want to give you a quick update. I know there's some chatter about it in the chat room. According to the Oregon Attorney General, the Oregon Attorney General is saying that the shooter was killed. Again, the sheriff had tweeted there was no more threat from the shooting. Again, we are waiting official word. Press conference expected momentarily. Stay with us, guys. We are continuing to bring you coverage of this unfortunate tragedy out of Oregon. All right, and as I said that, it looks like we have gone now to that press conference setup. Again, we will get you answers momentarily. The press conference has been set up. We should be hearing from officials soon.
2-minute warning when we're just about ready, okay? Okay. Press conference, please.
Already the ATF is involved in this investigation as well. We have crews. To get the latest information from there. Our entire newsroom has been working on this situation since we got word at about 11 o'clock this morning about what happened. About 3,000 students put up back in the college, so right now a lot of families really wondering, waiting to hear from the sheriff what he has to say.
Here in Southern Oregon,
is not a good afternoon. It's been a terrible day. I'll start off by explaining what happened at the Umpqua Community College this morning. At approximately 10:38 this morning, the Douglas County Emergency Communications Center received phone calls from the college reporting an active shooter in one of the classrooms at the college. Officers from around the county immediately responded to the college, and upon arriving there, they located the shooter in one of the buildings. Officers engaged that suspect. There was an exchange of gunfire. The shooter threat was neutralized, and officers continued to sweep the campus looking for other threats. We have confirmed that there is confirmed injuries and there are confirmed fatalities. And at this point, it is a very active scene. It's a very active investigation, and that is really all at this point that I am prepared to share, or that I can share.
The Oregon Attorney General said 13 dead. Can you confirm that?
I cannot. I've heard varying numbers, and I don't want to report on a number that is inaccurate. I can tell you that we have got a tremendous amount of law enforcement help. I have the Oregon State Police assisting. We have all the local agencies, including the Roseburg Police, some of the other smaller municipalities, the Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, a lot of support in this investigation.
Can you tell us anything about the shooter or what weapon was used?
At this point, I cannot. I can tell you the shooter was a male subject, and I have no further information beyond that.
Can you confirm if he is alive or dead?
The shooter is deceased.
Can we confirm how many wounded?
I'm sorry?
Can we confirm how many wounded?
I cannot at this time, no.
What is this like for your deputies in a community this size where everyone knows someone on the campus?
I'm sure it's very frightening for a lot of people that were responding. You're right, this is a small community. It's a community college, so a lot of our friends and family attend this college. And it was a situation that there was no answers for quite some time. I personally know of a number of people that I work with that had very strong concerns about the welfare of loved ones that are going to school there.
Can you confirm if there was a posting on a Facebook page warning that this might happen, or to stay away from school?
I haven't heard that comment, no, or can't comment on that.
Was this contained to just one classroom, or?
At this point, I can't tell you that. It's under investigation, and I don't know.
Can you tell us where he was shot? I mean, what part of the campus? Was it in the classroom where the shootings occurred?
Where he was?
Yeah, where he was shot.
I don't know at this point. I know officers engaged him somewhere near a classroom, but I can't tell you if it was in the classroom or outside of the classroom.
Do you know if he fired on police officers?
My understanding is yes, he did.
And is it 13 dead in the shooter, or is it
I didn't say there was how many fatalities there were at this point. I don't know. The shooter is deceased.
Can you confirm?
I can tell you again. I have the district attorney here, and we have activated the major crimes team, and so along with the major crimes team and the other agencies that I mentioned, we will be conducting a thorough, and I'm sure it'll be a rather lengthy investigation into why and how many and all the answers that we can possibly
Sheriff,
determine.
can you tell us, are those helicopters taking people to the hospital, or?
No, I believe they're press helicopters. I don't know.
One more time, with the type of weapon, are you saying it's a rifle or a handgun or anything like that?
I don't know.
Sheriff Hanlon, was it in the science building, the majority of it?
I don't know that.
Sheriff, there's a national spotlight suddenly on Roseburg. For people who may not be familiar with the community, can you just talk a little bit about Roseburg so people nationwide can understand what kind of place this is? And
Sure. Douglas County is a timber community. We have roughly 107,000 people that live in the county here. Umpqua Community College is the only higher education facility that we have in Douglas County. There are other community colleges in surrounding counties, and of course the University of Oregon would be the closest university to this community. There's a lot of students that attend the college that are either in their first couple of years of higher education, or a lot of misplaced employees that have gone back to school to learn new trades and get an education. So,
and is a fairly peaceful community, fairly low crime rate, or?
It is a peaceful community. I mean, we have our share of crime like any small community, but certainly this is a huge shock to the entire community to have this level of crime and incident occur in our college or school system.
Are you happy with the response of law enforcement in this situation?
I am extremely happy with the response. I've got fellow sheriffs here that have been through similar situations up in the Willamette Valley that have come to provide support and assistance. And like I said, the Oregon State Police have provided us with a tremendous amount of resources, and I couldn't be happier.
How many people do you think are on campus trying to investigate the situation?
Superintendent, do you know?
I couldn't.
I'm guessing we have well over 100 detectives and officers, uniformed officers out there.
Were any officers injured?
Where their loved ones are?
No, there's been no report of any of the officers injured.
What do you suggest the public do right now?
I'm sorry?
What do you suggest the public should do right now? Should they avoid the area, or?
My suggestion is that they think of the family of the victims and be aware of their anguish and think of them first. The families of the victims are the ones that are going to have the most difficult days ahead.
Were there any deputies on campus when the incident occurred, or was OSP the first having an officer?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure which officers arrived first. There was 2 or 3 of them, I believe, that arrived about the same time.
Did you have reason to think that there might be explosives, or that there was a reason to sweep the whole campus?
Yeah, that is part of the investigation to try to determine if that's a threat. We haven't had any indication that it is at this time.
And is there any indication that there's anyone else involved in the shooting?
That it's too early in the investigation to make that determination.
Do you have armed security guards on campus?
Do what?
Do you have armed security guards on campus?
No, I do not.
Does Douglas County still have a SWAT team? They did.
We have a tactical response team, yes.
Were they the ones who shot?
No, it was the responding officers that got there first.
Have families been started to get notified about the deceased in this incident?
That I'm not sure at this point.
Do you know whether was the shooter a student at the community college?
I'm sorry?
Do you know whether the shooter was a student at the community college?
I do not.
Have the local hospitals been able to handle the casualties, or do they had to go elsewhere?
That'd be a good question for them. I haven't heard how overloaded they've been with the injured. I did hear rumor that a couple of the patients were shipped to other area hospitals or out-of-area hospitals.
And practically, do you have a PIO and do you have another press event scheduled after this?
I do. Corporal Hudson is here in the crowd, and he will be putting out more information as it becomes available.
What's kind of the next step in the investigation?
Currently, we've got more of the compound to do a thorough search of. We have to process the scene or scenes where the shooting occurred. We have a parking lot full of vehicles out there that we have to process and search. And obviously, we have just a ton of interviews to conduct. Just a moment. My PIO wanted to.
Well, it is still too early to know all of the facts. I know I am joined by my fellow Oregonians and Americans in profound dismay and heartbreak at this tragedy at Umpqua Community College. Facts are still emerging. We know now there were casualties and confirmed injuries. Our top priority now is the medical treatment for victims and the security of the campus. We have confirmation that the shooter is deceased. He is a 20-year-old male. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. We are holding the community of Douglas County in our hearts today. The work that first responders have done is harrowing. To our first responders, thank you for your work as this community reels from grief. I am leaving now to head to Roseburg to be with the community there. Oregon State Superintendent Rich Evans is here to make additional remarks. Please take care.
The first 911 calls came in the Roseburg area at 10:38 this morning. All law enforcement in the area responded immediately to the campus. The active shooter was engaged by law enforcement and later confirmed to be deceased. Our number one priority right now is to make sure that the scene is secure and the victims are treated, and making sure that we have a complete crime scene, and that we continue to make sure that there are no additional threats. The Oregon State Police is combining with all the local law enforcement, including the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, in making sure that we are doing all the things that the community needs us to do. We have set up a command center. We have set up an additional area for media relations. Our PIO is there, Lieutenant Bill Fugate, to assist you in the future. We're working through a family unification center. As we know, the families in these type of events become very frazzled, and they continue to make sure that we're communicating what we need to with them as we move forward. I would like to remind the media that these scenes are very dynamic and they change. Our number one priority is making sure that all victims are safe, and so additional information may take some time for us to make sure that we can get that information accurately to you, but our number one priority right now is making sure that we take care of the victims, the families, and the community of Roseburg. I would like to thank the first responders that responded today in a timely manner, and thank you.
I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to take any more questions today. So there's a command center in Roseburg, and hopefully we'll be able to talk with you there. Thanks.
All right, guys. So you heard from the sheriff earlier, then you heard from the governor of Oregon. The only thing we can confirm, the shooter is a 20-year-old male. We still don't have official word as far as how many people were shot, how many people were killed. We're hearing different reports. We've heard various numbers throughout the morning and afternoon. Anywhere from 10 to 15 people killed. We've heard 20 people injured. Again, we don't have official numbers. We're waiting for authorities to give us an update on those numbers, and we'll continue to cover this story right here on Fox 10 News Now.
Heading down to that to Roseburg right now. So brief statements from the governor, statements that a lot of us expected, more information comes in, and she's on her way to that scene. Again, we did hear from school district and the superintendent talking about some of the factors and some of their priorities as well. Their priorities echoing that of what the governor said, security on the campus and to the Roseburg community. That's the way to come down to that.
was listening to the comments, and you sounded great.
All right, guys, we're waiting to get more aerials in from the school. Prior to taking you live to this press conference, we were getting live aerials in of Umpqua Community College, working with the assignment desk to get more aerials in from Fox National. So stay with us, guys. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and we'll do a quick search of hashtag UCC shooting. Again, #1 trending topic on Twitter right now. Let's just do a quick scroll through, see what people are talking about. Obviously, a lot of people concerned about the number of mass shootings, school shootings in general over the course of this year. Obviously, very sad. As we heard from the governor of Oregon, the gunman was a 20-year-old male. Again, authorities haven't confirmed whether or not the shooter was a student on that campus, although now that we know his age, 20 years old, that would indicate that perhaps he was a student at the school. However, it is still likely that he was not a student. We have no clear word as to whether or not the gunman attended that college. All right, guys, just to recap again, we don't have official numbers as far as how many people were killed on campus. Again, we were hearing a number of reports, and I think it's difficult for authorities to give us an exact number because we know many people were wounded in this tragedy, and sometimes those wounded are wounded so severely that they eventually succumb to their injuries. So it's understandable as to why law enforcement isn't giving us an exact number quite yet, but preliminary reports indicate anywhere from 10 to 15 people killed in the shooting. Earlier we heard 20 people injured. Again, these are just reports that we heard earlier today. As far as what we're getting from the Associated Press, let me see what I can get you guys. The latest is, as we learned, the gunman is dead. The sheriff mentioned that at a news conference that you guys just listened to. Officers did exchange gunfire with the shooter, and the gunman was killed. We don't know if the shooter was killed by officers or if the shooter took his own life. And we're just learning information right now. Umpqua Community College, let me just get you another aerial of the school. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up for you guys. Umpqua Community College right there. It was in this building right here, the Snyder building, where the shooting took place. According to the Associated Press, 13 people were killed, so that is the number that we have right now, according to the Associated Press. And the Associated Press is relying on Oregon Attorney General Ellen Rosenblum, who said that 13 people were dead after the gunman opened fire at that college in the rural city of Roseburg, Oregon. It happened at Umpqua Community College, about 180 miles south of Portland. Interestingly enough, we're learning from the former president of that community college that the school only had one security officer on duty at a time, and that person specifically is not armed. So that's an interesting fact about the school. That was information given by Joe Olson, the former president of the school, who retired back in June. He says that last year one of the biggest debates on campus was whether the school should have armed security officers. He says the college had 3 training exercises with local law agencies in the past 2 years, but, quote, you can never be prepared for something like this. The former president of the college says he suspects that today's shooting will start a discussion across the country about how community colleges prepare for something like this. All right, guys. Mike just sent me the Twitter handle for this individual, Kayla Marie. Looks like, according to her Twitter bio, a Southern girl in the North Woods. Perhaps she attended the school. Apparently her tweets are going viral. Let's see. Oh my God, there's someone shooting on campus. Students are running everywhere. Holy God. Hi guys, I'm okay physically. We're being bussed off campus. Thank you to friends and strangers who sent out tweets, texts of prayers and support today. Please keep the victims' families in your prayers too. And if you're a reporter looking for a story, read these next words carefully. I am not interested. So, interesting to read the tweets from people who experienced it firsthand. Let's go ahead and look at the latest tweets from #UCC shooting. Can't imagine still being in school and having to worry about a massacre happening. It's a shame. Andrea Morgan saying we haven't had 45 school knifings or 45 school poisonings this year. We've had 45 school shootings. Tuan saying so sad to read about the UCC shootings. Again, we know 13 people confirmed dead, according to the Associated Press. Mike? Alright guys, we're going to replay some of the aerials that we got in earlier. Obviously, you guys saw these live earlier. The video, a little choppy. Oops, I apologize for that annoying audio. As you know, helicopters make that noise when we're getting the feed in, and these were aerials from earlier of that campus shooting. We do know that the White House says President Barack Obama has been briefed by Homeland Security on this mass shooting. The president has requested to get updates throughout the day. The president has not yet commented, however, on this deadly mass shooting. Details about the school itself. It was a community college with about 3,000 students. As far as we know, the school's website was down as of this morning. I'm going to go ahead and look it up again. It looks like the school's website is still down. Don't have any information on the gunman other than he was a 20-year-old male. And according to the AP, 13 people killed. The Associated Press referencing Oregon's Attorney General.
And then mute it, and then come back.
All right, guys, it looks like we're getting another press conference coming in courtesy of Fox National.
Just waiting for Sheriff John Hanlon to start speaking. Everyone's getting prepared for their coverage of his press conference.
John Hanlon, longtime law enforcement officer in Douglas County. They continue the investigation there at UCC.
And again, there is no threat to the public at this time, and that's according to the Sheriff's Office. Many students have been taken to the Douglas County Fairgrounds to reunite with friends and family.
And as we look at Sheriff John Hanlon there, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, the lead agency here, state police.
Off by explaining what happened at the Umpqua Community College this morning. At approximately 10:38 this morning, the Douglas County Emergency Communications Center received phone calls from the college reporting an active shooter in one of the classrooms at the college. Officers from around the county immediately responded to the college, and upon arriving there, they located the shooter in one of the buildings. Officers engaged that suspect. There was an exchange of gunfire. The shooter threat was neutralized, and officers continued to sweep the campus looking for other threats. We have confirmed that there is...
Like for your deputies in a community this size where everyone knows someone.
All right, guys, it looks like there are some technical difficulties, and it appears that Fox News was just resending that to us. And it looks like we have lost the feed right there. All right, guys, we are working to get you some clear video. It looks like the feed is still very choppy. We're going to go back to these tweets that are coming in on Twitter. Still a top trend nationwide, the thing everyone is talking about. You have these images right here. Now we're learning, according to authorities, the shooting took place in one classroom at the college. Unclear the truth to this tweet from Jeff saying that the shooter asked victims what their religion was. Again, everything is up in the air right now. 18-year-old student said the shooter told people to get down and then told them to stand up and state their religion and then started firing in a writing class. That sounds awful if that is true. Again, we are just reading tweets right now. The only official information I can give you is courtesy of the Associated Press. I've given you all of the updates thus far. Gunman opened fire at an Oregon community college, killing at least 13 people before he died during an exchange of gunfire with police. Again, we don't know if he was struck by police or if he shot himself. That is unclear at this point. Shooting happened in Roseburg, 180 miles south of Portland. We heard from the governor, who said that the suspect was a 20-year-old gunman. And again, we know 13 people dead, at least 20 others wounded. Now, according to UCC Foundation Executive Director Dennis O'Neill, he said, quote, "We locked our door and I went out to lock up the restrooms and I could hear 4 shots from the front of campus." That was his response when we, in reference to the exchange of gunfire with officers. Again, the school has about 3,000 students. Its website was down today. It has not gone back up, and it looks like, as far as the Associated Press is concerned, they've tried reaching out to state police, the sheriff's office, as well as the college. No calls immediately returned. The shooting took place around 10:38 in the morning, and it is a very sad story indeed. After the shooting, students and faculty members were being bused to the county fairgrounds. We know that Mercy Medical Center in Roseburg received 9 patients from the shooting, with more on the way. And according to the former president of the school, who just retired in June after working there 4 years, he said that the school had no formal security staff, just 1 officer on a shift. He added that one of the biggest debates on campus last year was whether to post armed security officers on campus to respond to a shooting. The 1 security officer on campus per shift was not armed, according to the Associated Press. Now, Roseburg, the town where the shooting took place, is a rural town. It's west of the Cascade Mountains. And interestingly enough, according to the Associated Press, in recent years, officials have tried to promote the area as a tourist destination for vineyards and outdoor activities.
And most personally, and the victims of those who are.
This coming in from the Fox News website. Courtney Moore, an 18-year-old, told a local newspaper there that she was in her writing 115 class in Snyder Hall when a shot came through the window. She said she saw her teacher get shot in the head. Oh my gosh. The shooter then reportedly told the students to get on the ground before asking people to stand up and state their religion. All right, guys. Obviously, a very disturbing story. All right, guys, let's go ahead and go through some of the photos coming in with the hashtag UCC shooting. Looks like Lane Blood Center in Eugene, Oregon is encouraging people to donate blood here. Obviously, with reports that at least 20 people are wounded, blood is obviously very necessary. And these are just the images that we have right now coming in via Twitter. Again, what we know so far, according to local reports, 10 to 15 people killed. According to the Associated Press, 13 people killed. I'm going to go ahead and play some more aerial video for you. We're not getting any live images in right now, but those of you who wanted to see video of the scene from earlier, these are the aerials we got in. Again, the aerials were very glitchy. We had a feed that went in and out, so if you're concerned as to why it's glitchy, it's not your internet connection, it's the video feed itself that we are getting in. All right, guys, now this is video from the ground. This is video that was shot earlier. About an hour after the shooting, you can see police tape completely blocking off the area. No one getting access to the school. I'm going to read a few more quotes from some of the witnesses, people at the school. I was sitting in class when we had first heard the shot, and we didn't think it was a gunshot. We thought it was a firecracker, and then we heard another one. And so one of the students in my class, she went out and checked it. She got shot twice, once in the arm and once in the stomach, and she came back and told us to lock the door, shut the lights off. And we sat there for 20 minutes waiting for police to show up. Wow. I believe that was Kendra Gordon speaking, telling Fox News that she was in the room next door and that her friend was shot. All right, guys, just to recap the details, what we know so far. The shooter was a 20-year-old man. He is dead. We don't know if it was through a self-inflicted gunshot wound or if he was hit by a police bullet. We do know that he did exchange gunfire with officers. And according to the Associated Press, 13 people killed. Fox News is hearing various reports, anywhere between 10 and 15 people killed. We heard from Douglas County Sheriff John Hanlon earlier, who said officers located the shooter upon arriving at the college, found him in one of the buildings. That's where they engaged the suspect. That's where there was an exchange of gunfire, and that's when the shooter was then killed. However, after that exchange of gunfire, officers did still continue to sweep the campus looking for any other possible threats. And we are just continuing to watch this story. It's really unfortunate, really sad. These are shots from the ground. We'll bring in some of the aerials from earlier. Now there is some transcript of the audio, reportedly of the responding officers who are radioing into dispatch. I'm going to read it to you so you guys get an idea of the tense moments when cops first arrived to the scene. An officer said, "We're exchanging shots with him. He's in a classroom on the southeast side of Snyder Hall. Unconfirmed report he has a long gun." A few minutes later, the officer says, "The suspect is down." And for those of you who missed it the first time, we are going to give you an encore presentation of the press conference from earlier. So you guys can go ahead and watch it in case you missed it. Interestingly enough, this full press conference can be found on our YouTube channel if you want to watch it there as well.
Here in Southern Oregon is not a good opportunity. It's been a terrible day. I'll start off by explaining what happened at the Umpqua Community College this morning. At approximately 10:38 this morning, the Douglas County Emergency Communications Center received phone calls from the college reporting an active shooter in one of the classrooms at the college. Officers from around the county immediately responded to the college, and upon arriving there, they located the shooter in one of the buildings. Officers engaged that suspect. There was an exchange of gunfire. The shooter threat was neutralized, and officers continued to sweep the campus looking for other threats. We have confirmed that there is confirmed injuries and there are confirmed fatalities. And at this point, it is a very active scene. It's a very active investigation, and that is really all at this point that I am prepared to share, or that I can share.
The Oregon Attorney General said 13 dead. Can you confirm that?
I cannot. I've heard varying numbers, and I don't want to report on a number that is inaccurate. I can tell you that we have got a tremendous amount of law enforcement help. I have the Oregon State Police assisting. We have all the local agencies, including the Roseburg Police, some of the other smaller municipalities, the Sheriff's Office, the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, a lot of support in this investigation.
Can you tell us anything about the shooter or what weapon was used?
At this point, I cannot. I can tell you the shooter was a male subject, and I have no further information beyond that.
Can you confirm if he's alive or dead?
The shooter is deceased.
Can we confirm how many wounded?
I'm sorry?
Can we confirm how many wounded?
I cannot at this time, no.
What is this like for your deputies in a community this size where everyone knows someone on the campus?
I'm sure it's very frightening for a lot of people that were responding. You're right, this is a small community. It's a community college, so a lot of our friends and family attend this college. And it was a situation that there was no answers for quite some time. I personally know of a number of people that I work with that had very strong concerns about the welfare of loved ones that are going to school there.
Can you confirm if there's a posting on a Facebook page warning that this might happen or to stay away from school?
I haven't heard that comment now, or can't comment on that.
Was this contained to just one classroom, or?
At this point, I can't tell you that. It's under investigation, and I don't know.
Can you tell us where he was shot? I mean, what part of the campus? Was it in the classroom where the shootings occurred?
Where he was?
Yeah, where he was shot.
I don't know at this point. I know officers engaged him somewhere near a classroom, but I can't tell you if it was in the classroom or outside of the classroom.
Do you know if he fired on police officers?
My understanding is yes, he did.
And is it 13 dead in the shooter, or is it not?
I didn't say there was how many fatalities there were at this point. I don't know. The shooter is deceased.
Can you confirm?
I can tell you again. I have the district attorney here, and we have activated the major crimes team, and so along with the major crimes team and the other agencies that I mentioned, we will be conducting a thorough, and I'm sure it'll be a rather lengthy investigation into why and how many and all the answers that we can possibly
Sheriff,
determine.
can you tell us, are those helicopters taking people to the hospital, or?
No, I believe they're press helicopters. I don't know.
One more time with the type of weapon. Are you saying it's a rifle or a handgun or anything like that?
I don't know.
Sheriff Hanlon, was it in the science building, the majority of it?
I don't know that.
Sheriff, there's a national spotlight suddenly on Roseburg. For people who may not be familiar with the community, can you just talk a little bit about Roseburg so people nationwide can understand what kind of place this is?
Sure. Douglas County is a timber community. We have roughly 107,000 people that live in the county here. Umpqua Community College is the only higher education facility that we have in Douglas County. There are other community colleges in surrounding counties, and of course the University of Oregon would be the closest university to this community. There's a lot of students that attend the college that are either in their first couple of years of higher education, or a lot of misplaced employees that have gone back to school to learn new trades and get an education. So,
and is a fairly peaceful community, fairly low crime rate, or?
It is a peaceful community. I mean, we have our share of crime like any small community, but certainly this is a huge shock to the entire community to have this level of crime and incident occur in our college or school system.
Are you happy with the response of law enforcement in this situation?
I am extremely happy with the response. I've got fellow sheriffs here that have been through similar situations up in the Willamette Valley that have come to provide support and assistance. And like I said, the Oregon State Police have provided us with a tremendous amount of resources.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out because the hospital is holding a news conference that's live right now, so we're going to go there instead.
Closely with
Mercy Medical Center and the physicians down there, and they've been doing a great job helping to communicate with us. In addition to that, we prepared for this. We called in multiple extra resources, surgeons, emergency physicians, nursing, and others. In the meantime, we've been preparing also outside of the actual medical arena by helping support some of the families by setting up family resources, lodging, and areas for children for the families, as well as pastoral care, so that we can help support these families in this difficult time. As we go, we'll learn more. At this time, we don't know that we're going to have any further patients coming to us, but we're ready to take more if we need to and transfer. We're just waiting to hear further word from Mercy and the people in Roseburg. The focus, I think, is down there, and I think that they're doing a great job of trying to kind of manage this completely difficult situation, to say the least. So we'll hope to hear more from them. I think that's about all I have.
Were these patients flown in, or were they brought in by ambulance?
We had them flown in.
All three?
All three. I believe 2 were by helicopter and 1 was by fixed wing.
Do you expect any more today?
We're not expecting any right now. There was some word that we might get 1 more, but we're just at the ready in case that happens. We can accommodate that without any problem, and we'll just wait to hear from Mercy. I think they're still doing, the situation down there obviously is very chaotic, and they're doing a lot of their own assessments, and so as they learn more, they'll communicate with us.
You said 3 patients, 1 admitted. Were the other 2?
All 3 are admitted.
All 3 were admitted.
2 of them went directly to the operating room. 1 of them is still being worked up with further diagnostics.
Are we talking like multiple gunshots, and do you know which locations on?
I can't comment exactly on all of the injuries, but certainly gunshots are the injuries that we're taking care of, yes.
Is it true that patients have to be diverted to other hospitals in the area because of the patients coming in from the Roseburg area?
I'm not aware of that. It's possible, but I don't know that. I can only kind of answer what I know, and most of what I'm talking about here is with this situation, so I'm not sure of that exactly.
I know you called in multiple, other resources. What about people in the area? Do you need people to donate blood or anything? Or?
So we always have an opportunity. The community has had a great outpouring of support, whether it's financial support or just resources, things to help, kind of comfort people in this time. We can always use blood. Lane County, I know, has always put up, these are times when we can use blood just in case. So any of that helps, no matter how small. We're happy to take that.
The injuries, can you say whether they were life-threatening in nature?
I can't say what the injuries are. It's a process to go through. I mean, they're in the operating room, so part of that's the assessment in the operating room, but clearly they're serious enough that they have to go to the operating room to manage those and look at them further. So,
what about elective surgeries that may have been scheduled today? Were those scrubbed, basically?
I don't know. I can't answer that. Yeah, sorry.
Do you know when the first patient arrived here? How quickly they were able to get them to the hospital?
I'd have to look. I can't give you the exact time. I want to say it was around noon 30, something around there, but I'm not sure of that exactly.
Do you have any other information from other victims at other hospitals in Roseburg?
No, our focus is really taking care of the people that we have, doing our best to manage those patients, and then being available to take other patients as they come in. And, that's really what's number 1 on our list. There's certainly stories to be told in Roseburg and things down there that they're dealing with, but that's not, we have enough on our plate, certainly, and they do too. We kind of have to focus on the people that we're helping here.
Doctor, has the hospital gone through some recent trauma drills, for lack of a better term, to get ready for something like this?
We have, and that's not unique. We do that on a regular basis, and so we have mock traumas, we have mock mass casualties, so this is not unique to us, and sadly we have the real thing as well, so it's not uncommon for us to have multiple traumas happen at the same time. So we feel very Unfortunately, we feel very comfortable with this because this is part of the job that we do. And, we have great surgeons here, we have great subspecialists that help, we have great nurses, and we have great emergency physicians who are all very comfortable managing this situation. And we have capacity to do more if we have to. So this is kind of right in our wheelhouse for what we normally do and what we're trained to do.
If need be, how many more people can you guys accommodate?
I think we need to assess that on it as it comes up. But right now, we don't have any. There's nothing set in stone. We can see what the issue is case by case, and I think we can, from what we've heard, handle whatever's happening right now.
I may have missed the answer, but were any additional doctors or nurses called in to help today?
Yeah, and it's a testament to this community. I'm sure the same is true at Mercy and Roseburg, is that when you hear something like this, you drop everything. And yes, we call people in, but we almost have to turn people away because people want to help. So we had an army, I think I counted 10 different surgeons, general surgeons at one point, not to mention all the subspecialists that were there to help. We had 10 extra, we had emergency physicians, we had extra nurses come in, we had extra staff and every support structure, social work, pharmacists, you name it, people, they come to help when there's situations like this. So yes, we called them in, but I think, people came in on their own just the same.
Can you speak to whether or not the victims were conscious when they came in?
I can't, I'm sorry.
Do you know if any other patients had to be flown north to, like, say, Emmanuel, just because of their injuries?
I don't know.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Were paramedics brought in to help with patients coming in from down south? Like extra firefighters, paramedics, anyone to help with triage or anything?
To help?
The emergency room?
Not for the emergency department. Do you mean in Roseburg?
No, up here.
No, we did not require any further paramedics in our emergency department.
Do you know when we would get status updates for the patients?
It's hard to say because kind of an unknown thing. When you have injuries like this, you go to the operating room and it kind of takes as long as it takes. So I can't really tell you what time or what the status update will be or when it will be. I think we just have to let the surgeons do their work. They're doing a great job, and they've been all over this, assessing things quickly. And I'm sure as soon as they know, they're going to come give more information. And our trauma surgeons will be all over that. Anything else? Going once?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We will be providing some kind of efficient and uniform way of doing condition updates. I'm not sure what that process is going to be right now, but when we get it figured out and get an efficient way to do it, we'll make sure that you don't all have to one by one call and ask what those updates are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Good.
Was OSP the first having an office here?
Start off by explaining what happened. Our municipality somewhere near
A little bit about
be the closest situations up in the Willamette Valley that have come to provide support and assistance. And like I said, the Oregon State Police have provided us with a tremendous amount of resources, and I couldn't be happier.
How many people do you think are on campus trying to investigate the situation?
Superintendent, do you know?
I couldn't.
I'm guessing we have well over 100 detectives and officers, uniformed officers out there.
Were any officers injured?
Where their loved ones are?
No, there's been no report of any of the officers injured.
What do you suggest the public do right now?
I'm sorry?
What do you suggest the public should do right now? Should they avoid the area or?
My suggestion is that they think of the family of the victims and be aware of their anguish and think of them first. The families of the victims are the ones that are going to have the most difficult days ahead.
Were there any deputies on campus when the incident occurred, or was OSP the first having an office here?
I'm not sure. Good question.
20-year-old male. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. We are holding the community of Douglas County in our hearts today. The work that first responders have done is harrowing. To our first responders, thank you for your work as this community reels from grief. I am leaving now to head to Roseburg to be with the community there. Oregon State Superintendent Rich Evans is here to make additional remarks. Please take care.
The first 911 calls came in the Roseburg area at 10:38 this morning. All law enforcement in the area responded immediately to the campus. The active shooter was engaged by law enforcement and later confirmed to be deceased. Our number one priority right now is to make sure that the scene is secure and the victims are treated, and making sure that we have a complete crime scene, and that we continue to make sure that there are no additional threats. The Oregon State Police is combining with all the local law enforcement, including the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, in making sure that we are doing all the things that the community needs us to do. We have set up a command center. We have set up an additional area for media relations. Our PIO is there, Lieutenant Bill Fugate, to assist you in the future. We're working through a family unification center. As we know, the families in these type of events become very frazzled, and they continue to make sure that we're communicating what we need to with them as we move forward. I would like to remind the media that these scenes are very dynamic and they change. Our number one priority is making sure that all victims are safe, and so additional information may take some time for us to make sure that we can get that information accurately to you, but our number one priority right now is making sure that we take care of the victims, the families, and the community of Roseburg. I would like to thank the first responders that responded today in a timely manner, and thank you.
I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to take any more questions today. So there's a command center in Roseburg, and hopefully we'll be able to talk with you there. Thanks.
All right, guys, it looks like we're getting aerials again from the campus, so let's go ahead and take you guys back over there. These are live aerials coming in from the college campus, guys. New live aerials coming in. All right, guys, it looks like our video feed once again from, there we go. So just bear with us. This feed is a little spotty. It goes in and out. So if we dip to black, don't worry. we will get it back. Again, these are live aerials coming in from Umpqua Community College. You can see investigators obviously still on the scene. It's going to be a very active scene throughout the day after a gunman opened fire, killing at least 13 people, wounding many others. Again, this is in Oregon, and this took place just after 10:30 this morning. All right, guys, just to give you a quick recap, the feed that we're getting in from the chopper out in Oregon is a bit spotty, but these are the live images we're getting in right now, so we would rather bring them to you guys, even with a spotty feed, than not have any live video for you guys at all. Again, this is live video from the scene where a mass shooting took place earlier this morning. All right, guys, the latest updates that we have from the Associated Press, it looks like Hillary Clinton has commented on this shooting in Roseburg. Hillary Clinton saying that it's beyond her comprehension that we are seeing these mass murders happen again and again and again. She spoke after a campaign event in Massachusetts. Hillary Clinton saying that the nation needs to get the political will to do everything we can to keep people safe. Hillary Clinton added that she says there's a way to have a sensible gun control measure that keeps firearms out of the wrong hands and saves lives. The former Secretary of State says she's committed to doing everything she can to achieve that. Meanwhile, Attorney General Loretta Lynch is receiving regular briefings from the FBI, and I'm just hearing right now that President Obama is going to speak in about 20 minutes. Obama will be speaking live, commenting after this tragedy in Oregon.
seen Wes yet, so.
All right, it looks like they have taken us now to a feed, perhaps a
40. I've been here since I was 6.
press conference that's set up. Not clear. Let me just go ahead and increase the volume.
Good news. Like from where? I don't see anybody. There's plenty of people standing around.
Again, guys, this looks like a press conference update of sorts. This is a press conference that has been set up there in Oregon. Looks like we are waiting for officials to speak. Right now we are just getting a feed in from some of the behind the scenes reporters, journalists, photographers there. And we should be getting a press conference or some sort of interview momentarily.
There, now you can hear it.
Hi, Brett. It's Laura. We believe it is going to be, I haven't found the PIO yet, so it's either going to be with the sheriff or with, the PIO is DWES.
All right, well, according to the reporter that is there, speaking on the phone right now, we apparently are going to hear from either the sheriff or the public information officer momentarily. It looks like we're getting another press conference, so stay tuned, guys. We are bringing you continuous coverage of this unfortunate shooting in Oregon right here on Fox 10 News Now.
So real quick, not you don't have to report me. We're in a briefing to discuss everything. So I know that we had an appointment for 3 o'clock press briefing. It's going to be a little bit delayed. We're going to come back out be able to come out. Right now there is a briefing going on with everybody in regards to the situation. So as soon as the PIO is available, he will be out here with another update. So we're hoping 3:30.
And Nate, who's going to be speaking to us?
Yeah, to us to speak. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, not me. Sure help.
Thank you. It's not Sheriff. Hey, Brett. We just heard the press briefing is going to be delayed until about 3 o'clock. They're still in a briefing right now, or 3:30. They're still in a briefing right now. And it is going to be the Douglas County PIO. His name is Dwes Houston. And okay, cool.
All right, now we just listened to the reporter on scene who apparently was speaking to someone at Fox saying that we are going to hear from the public information officer with Douglas County.
I'm looking that up right now. Google. It's called Google.
Be getting an update soon, guys. This is a live feed that we are getting in right now. And as I mentioned before, President Obama is scheduled to speak in about 15-20 minutes, responding to this deadly shooting that took place in Oregon.
Hey, guys. So the website just doesn't have a rank for him. So just go with Dwest. And it's actually Hutson. Hudson. Hutson. Not Houston. Cool. Thanks.
All right, again, we are waiting for an official update from authorities. Public information officer scheduled to speak any minute now. We are then going to hear from President Obama after that, and we'll be carrying it all live here on News Now. Now, I noticed in the chat room and I noticed on the internet there's a lot of chatter about the possibility that the gunman went on 4chan and posted about the shooting. Again, none of that has been confirmed. I do have a link to the video or the post itself. Gonna try to have Jeff up here to explain a little more about 4chan because he's fairly knowledgeable about that. So stay tuned for that. We will go over the post and discuss 4chan with Jeff a little bit later on. Again, guys, this is nothing that has been confirmed with authorities. This is just some of the talk on the internet, some of the chatter, some of the websites out there picking up this discussion from 4chan, saying that this could have possibly been the shooter. Some of you guys are all right. Don't go to school tomorrow if you are in the Northwest. Happening thread will be posted tomorrow. So long, space robots. Not exactly sure. Again, this is just what's being talked about on the internet. There's no official word or anything that this is actually linked to the gunman, but I thought I would share with you what is being shown on Twitter, since that seems to be what everyone is talking about when you search hashtag UCC shooting. And it looks like she's going to do a live hit for us, so let's go ahead and...
She's prepping in like...
Maybe. Perhaps she's doing a live hit. I don't know, but it looks like she's with Fox. I saw that the microphone said Fox, so I feel like it's okay to listen to her because she is with one of our fellow Fox affiliates. All right, guys, again, we continue to wait for that news conference to start. In the meantime, I did go ahead and show you a map of the school itself where the shooting took place. This is the map of Umpqua Community College, the campus, a Google Earth view of it. Now, they said the shooting took place in Snyder Hall, which would have been right here. As far as the latest updates from the Associated Press, officials at high schools in and around that city where that mass shooting took place say they're preparing to support those affected by the killings. Sutherland High School principal Justin Huntley says his school has counselors available to students after the deadly rampage at the school. Roseburg Public School Superintendent Jerry Washburn says a large number of students at the high school there go straight to Umpqua Community College after graduation, adding, "It's a small, tight community, and there's no doubt that we will have staff and students that have family and friends impacted by this event. We're just trying to get ready to support them." We learned from the White House that President Obama will be making a statement on this shooting. It's scheduled for 6:20 Eastern Time, which is 3:20 here, so scheduled to start in about 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and show you a live look. This is where President Obama is expected to speak in the press briefing room momentarily. He will be commenting on this deadly shooting that took place in the state of Oregon. All right, guys, it looks like there is something coming in.
Saddest day in the history of the college. The college just celebrated its 50th anniversary recently, and this is a tragedy. And our hearts and prayers go out to the families and to the staff and students who witnessed this atrocity. This is a real crisis situation. We really want to thank, it's been an amazing outpouring of community support. We have taxi cab drivers volunteering to take students home from the fairgrounds. We have law enforcement, all kinds of agencies grief counselors there for the students and staff. At the fairgrounds, they opened their doors to us. The city manager has helped us. The county commissioners have helped us. The governor's office has helped us. All the other colleges in Oregon have offered their help. We appreciate all the help that everybody has given us today. We are still sorting through, trying to reunify students with their families, and that is the highest priority right now. We have families waiting for the last bus to arrive with students on it, and we have grief counselors for those parents who have no children coming off that bus. So that's been our highest priority and why I haven't been in front of the press before now. But as this rolls through, tomorrow the college will be closed. This weekend the college will be closed for all student activities that were planned. We will be open again for classes on Monday. Right now it is a crime scene, so people in the neighborhood who are used to being on campus and walking in the afternoon, we're asking them to please stay away. We are trying to get to the bottom of this. It is extremely sad right now to watch these families wait for the last bus. And I'm sure that you understand why we have priorities that put those needs in front of your needs right now. But thank you for coming.
President, how many students were on campus at the time of the incident?
It was a full day, and we have about 3,000 students, but they're not all there at one time.
And this was the fourth
It was
day
in it was in the morning, so that's usually when it's the most busy. So I don't know exactly how many students were there, but it was a busy campus.
What kind of security do you have on campus?
We have security, and we also work closely with local law enforcement, but we have security on campus. We have a security officer and a security team. We have a plan in place for campus violence, and we went into lockdown immediately, and people did exactly what they were supposed to do and pulled in people that were outside and sheltered them. So all of that.
Are they armed security?
No, we do not have armed security.
Have you been given any information about the shooter or the shooter's background?
None.
Could you give us a sense of the age range of students
No,
at the college?
because we haven't identified all the students.
Well, just generally with the
It's a
student
community
population.
college, so the student population goes from 16 to 60. So it's a community college. It's the same student demographic that all of them have.
Can you confirm how many security officers there are now?
On campus, we have, it's an interesting question. We have a campus security officer. We have a security, the head of that program that schedules them 24 hours a day. Then we have another supervisor who has licensing to assist with that, who supervises that person. All of them are on campus. We also have some retired law enforcement personnel who are on our staff who moved into positions of control as soon as possible. Everybody that was off campus came and to help us out.
We understand that one of the persons that used to work there as security got on Lars Larson today and said that they're only allowed to carry mace on campus. They're not allowed to have concealed weapons. Is that true?
We're not going to get into that.
Are you aware of any threats to the students,
No.
to staff, and the school?
No. We would have followed up on that if we had it.
Tell us how you learned of this. Did you hear it in
I personally was on my way to a president's conference in Grants Pass, and I heard about it because my cell phone started ringing, and I pulled off the freeway and found out about it and turned around to come back.
Have families who have been taken to the hospital been alerted? A family had that their family members have been taken to the hospital?
The families have been reuniting with the students off and on all afternoon, and they know to call Mercy Hospital, and they know that some students were evacuated to Eugene.
Are you able to tell us in general what your policy is for concealed weapons on campus?
We have a no guns on campus, no guns on campus policy.
What are the repercussions for those who do bring a gun onto campus?
I can't get into that now.
Can you talk to us about the safety drills you guys may have done for after shooting?
We just had one at in-service last week.
Last week?
For students as well?
Not for students. The staff is responsible for student safety.
Can you just tell us how you're feeling personally?
I feel awful. I feel awful. I mean, to witness the families that were waiting for the students in the last bus, and to see all of the hugs and weeping and trauma that's gone on, more people were hurt than just the ones that were shot. The ones that were shot, that's one level of trauma, but there's psychological trauma. We have veterans with PTSD on our campus. they had a particularly bad day. I have staff who've had experiences that this brought back for them. So we've been very, very concerned and very appreciative of the mental health people in the community they've swarmed down to the fairgrounds to help us. I can't even express to you how many people have come to help us and just showed up. The city manager, the county commissioner, all of them just showed up and started helping. It's a very tight-knit community, and the whole community rose to the occasion today. Roseburg High School sent their buses to evacuate the students. Everybody has been helpful. There's a fly attacking me.
So does the school have any knowledge of the shooter posting on any
No.
social media forums
No.
beforehand?
No.
We're going to take one more question, and then we're going to plan to come up later this afternoon, but if anyone has one other question, we'll take that right now.
Any changes going to come, and any changes in mind about security at the school?
No. This is an anomaly. It's a tragedy and it's an anomaly. And no. We have a beautiful, warm, friendly, loving campus, and we intend to keep it that way.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
On that.
Let's see, so Phil says...
Radio station or KQEN.
That's your night. That's me, yep.
All right, guys, so you just heard from the president of Umpqua Community College. That was Dr. Rita Cavan, the president of Umpqua Community College. Looks like President Obama is now speaking.
Grief and communities across the country forced to relieve their own anguish, and parents across the country who are scared because they know it might have been their families or their children. I've been to Roseburg, Oregon. There are really good people there. I want to thank all the first responders whose bravery likely saved some lives today. Federal law enforcement has been on the scene in a supporting role, and we've offered to stay and help as much as Roseburg needs for as long as they need. In the coming days, we'll learn about the victims, young men and women who were studying and learning and working hard, their eyes set on the future, their dreams on what they could make of their lives. And America will wrap everyone who's grieving with our prayers and our love. But as I said just a few months ago, and I said a few months before that, and I said each time we see one of these mass shootings, our thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. It does not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel. And it does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America. next week or a couple of months from now. We don't yet know why this individual did what he did. And it's fair to say that anybody who does this has a sickness in their minds, regardless of what they think their motivations may be. But we are not the only country on earth that has people with mental illnesses or want to do harm to other people. We are the only advanced country on earth that sees these kinds of mass shootings every few months. Earlier this year, I answered a question in an interview by saying, the United States of America is the one advanced nation on earth in which we do not have sufficient common sense gun safety laws, even in the face of repeated mass killings. And later that day, there was a mass shooting at a movie theater in Lafayette, Louisiana. That day. Somehow this has become routine. The reporting is routine. My response here at this podium ends up being routine. The conversation in the aftermath of it, we've become numb to this. We talked about this after Columbine and Blacksburg, after Tucson, after Newtown, after Aurora, after Charleston. It cannot be this easy for somebody who wants to inflict harm on other people to get his or her hands on a gun. And what's become routine, of course, is the response of those who oppose any kind of common sense gun legislation. Right now, I can imagine the press releases being cranked out. We need more guns, they'll argue. Fewer gun safety laws. Does anybody really believe that? There are scores of responsible gun owners in this country. They know that's not true. We know because of the polling that says the majority of Americans understand we should be changing these laws, including the majority of responsible, law-abiding gun owners. There is a gun for roughly every man, woman, and child in America. So how can you, with a straight face, make the argument that more guns will make us safer? We know that states with the most gun laws tend to have the fewest gun deaths. So the notion that gun laws don't work or just will make it harder for law-abiding citizens and criminals will still get their guns, it's not borne out by the evidence. We know that other countries, in response to one mass shooting, have been able to craft laws that almost eliminate mass shootings. Friends of ours, allies of ours, Great Britain, Australia, countries like ours. So we know there are ways to prevent it. And of course, what's also routine is that somebody somewhere will comment and say, Obama politicized this issue. Well, this is something we should politicize. It is relevant to our common life together, to the body politic. I would ask news organizations, because I won't put these facts forward, have news organizations tally up the number of Americans who've been killed through terrorist attacks over the last decade and the number of Americans who've been killed by gun violence. And post those side by side on your news reports. This won't be information coming from me, it will be coming from you. We spend over $1 trillion and pass countless laws and devote entire agencies to preventing terrorist attacks on our soil, and rightfully so. And yet, we have a Congress that explicitly blocks us from even collecting data on how we could potentially reduce gun deaths. How can that be? This is a political choice that we make to allow this to happen every few months in America. We collectively are answerable to those families who lose their loved ones because of our inaction. When Americans are killed in mine disasters, we work to make mines safer. When Americans are killed in floods and hurricanes, we make communities safer. When roads are unsafe, we fix them to reduce auto fatalities. We have seatbelt laws because we know it saves lives. So the notion that gun violence is somehow different, that our freedom and our Constitution prohibits any modest regulation of how we use a deadly weapon, when there are law-abiding gun owners all across the country who could hunt and protect their families and do everything they do under such regulations. Doesn't make sense. So, tonight, as those of us who are lucky enough to hug our kids a little closer, are thinking about the families who aren't so fortunate, I'd ask the American people to think about how they can get our government to change these laws and to save lives and to let young people grow up. And that will require a change of politics on this issue. And it will require that the American people, individually, whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, when you decide to vote for somebody, are making a determination as to whether this cause of continuing death for innocent people should be a relevant factor in your decision. If you think this is a problem, then you should expect your elected officials to reflect your views. And I would particularly ask America's gun owners who are using those guns properly, safely, to hunt, for sport, for protecting their families, to think about whether your views are properly being represented by the organization that suggests it's speaking for you. And each time this happens, I'm going to bring this up. Each time this happens, I am going to say that we can actually do something about it, but we're going to have to change our laws. And this is not something I can do by myself. I've got to have a Congress, and I've got to have state legislatures and governors who are willing to work with me on this. I hope and pray that I don't have to come out again during my tenure as president to offer my condolences to families in these circumstances. But based on my experience as president, I can't guarantee that. And that's terrible to say. And it can change. May God bless the memories of those who were killed today. May He bring comfort to their families and courage to the injured as they fight their way back. And may He give us the strength to come together and find the courage to change. Thank you.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hey guys, now he's sort of going to the voter individually, feeling like Congress is just thinking they should be switching things.
Hi guys, it's Donnelly with Jansing. Are we swaying her to MS, or does she need to be on the network?
Hey. Yep.
Great, thank you. You're swaying you, right?
I've watched the president evolve in dealing with these shooting aftermaths. At first, he described his sadness and tried to act as sort of a counselor and a grief counselor for the country in the aftermath of the shootings. He has gotten progressively more angry about what he considers to be the calcified politics about gun control, that it simply cannot move.
Yes,
and what he said tonight, I think, is very important in that broader context. He said, we have become numb to this. The news coverage is numb to this. The politics, the conversation. We are treating this as if it's become routine in America for mass shootings to occur once every 2 or 3 months. And he said he's essentially, didn't use this exact words, but he's sick of it. You could see it in his face. You could see it in his overall emotional reaction. And what the president said is, I can't do this alone. Congress has to change. American voters have to change. Signals to Congress.
This is a live look at the media tent that's currently collecting in Oregon. This is media waiting to hear from officials with any updates.
Karen? Yeah, the problem right now.
And this is back where the president was speaking in regards to the community college shooting. Let me change the lower third. I have Jeff Moriarty on the way to discuss some of the 4chan posts we discovered earlier today.
Show horses.
Hey, can someone start recording Biden for me on Sat 5 or 9? So just give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to change that lower third, and we're waiting for Jeff Moriarty.
We did hear from UCC representation.
She'll duck down as soon as it starts.
Doing a vigil down at the Douglas County Fairgrounds in the amphitheater area there. It's expected to be something that will kind of go on throughout the evening as long as I guess needed. There wasn't a lot of details on what time or that, but it is expected to be down at the amphitheater. And folks that feel compelled to go down there and pay respects to those that were lost in today's tragedy, they can head on down there, and there should be a vigil going on at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. Oh, absolutely, and you could feel it on campus. When I was up there earlier, seeing students coming out of classrooms, getting loaded onto those buses that went down to the Douglas County Fairgrounds, you could tell that obviously that community was reeling, and I imagine that will extend throughout the entire community of Roseburg, as well as the surrounding areas. As there are plenty of people that commute from outside areas to go to UCC, to go take classes for continuing education. High school students getting out of their high school, graduating there and going to UCC, and even high school students still in high school taking college prep classes out of UCC. That was one of the things that Interim President Rita Cavan said during her address, is that there's a wide range of individuals in the community that make UCC their home. And so obviously this is going to affect not only young, old, or those on the campus of UCC. As you mentioned, this will reach into all sorts of nooks and crannies in the community, because most people will be affected by what happened today.
It was interesting to hear one of the Fox National reporters discussing how he's sat through Obama press conferences, similar press conferences in years past, and President Obama had always seemed very thoughtful and, expressing sympathy towards the families, and it's escalated over the years. And he said now he felt like Obama seemed very angry. So that was some interesting commentary from Fox News National. Here I have with me Jeff Moriarty, who is our resident tech expert, social media expert, and you are familiar with, and the scene we have behind us, and I'll lower the volume a bit, is the media setup for any announcements coming out of Oregon. That's the little media tent, so we're waiting to get some updates from there. I just overheard them saying that one was coming up in a few minutes, and they were going to wrap up there after the event was over. But I wanted to talk to you about this 4chan content that we stumbled upon today. They're saying that the deceased shooter possibly could have posted on 4chan prior to the shooting, and people on the forum were not only encouraging but giving him advice on how to properly execute this incident. So tell us about how that works. A lot. I saw the word anonymous a lot. Is that, is everybody anonymous on this network? Tell me how 4chan works, and what you think perhaps the authenticity of these posts are.
Wow, there's a whole lot in your questions there. What is 4chan? 4chan is a website. It's been around for a long time. Actually, was a U.S. version of a very popular Japanese site that was really designed to allow people to talk about whatever they wanted to talk about without any consequence, without any anyone being able to track them. And it was put up sort of as a bastion of free speech, but it really kind of evolved in a hurry. Mm-hmm. So the original ones were devoted a lot to anime and a lot of online stuff, but then you could make your own boards on there for whatever topic that you wanted. And again, this is a world where you're really getting down to the nitty-gritty. It's just text flowing and these posts, a lot of images, and you can, and most people do, post anonymously. And you get, if you looked at the screen capture, which it sounds like you have, mm-hmm. you see these numbers going back and forth, and it just references the post that you're replying to. Because if everybody is anonymous, then it's hard to tell who you're actually talking to. Mm-hmm. So it's a very strange world with its own rules, and it's a very harsh, very caustic culture. Everybody calls each other names, racist epithets all the time. It's not for the faint of heart. There's been a lot of really interesting stuff that's come out of 4chan in the past. The The group Anonymous
Right.
was, many people thought, organizing on 4chan in part. There was a incident a couple months ago when Anonymous did something, and I think they talked about this hacker 4chan, and it wasn't a hacker named 4chan, it was referencing this
Forum, yeah.
This forum. Again, not just are you anonymous, but often these old discussions are deleted as they go on. So you're talking about something, and after a certain period of time, they're just erased. So you can't go back in time. You have to just grab a screenshot if there's something funny that you want to capture.
So, and this was going to be one of my questions, and I know you're not an attorney or law enforcement, but to all of these people that were encouraging, and not only encouraging, but giving him advice on how to actually follow through with this, to me, how can they not be liable? But what you're saying is that there's no way really to trace it, to track who these people are. I mean, if this feed's capable of expiring, or can you trace them through IP addresses? And even if so, could these people could they be in trouble for encouraging?
Well, so I didn't even get through your previous questions, and you got like 20 more, and they're all very, very good questions. So because 4chan was this completely anybody could do anything, it got into a lot of crazy stuff. Being aligned with the group Anonymous, there were some videos on the other side of the coin. There's a video a couple years ago where somebody was shown taking some puppies that they didn't want, putting them in a bag and like throwing them off a cliff into a river.
Oh my goodness.
It was just horrific. And 4chan, like just from these little clues in the video, found out who this person was.
I think I remember that.
And published their name, and this person became such a witch hunt. The police got involved, and I mean, there's a lot of people with a lot of resources who really spend a lot of time online in here.
Right.
But you can make a good case for the need to have privacy and the need to be able to do things anonymously. But 4chan was breeding a lot of racist groups, a lot of hate groups. There's a lot of just horrible, horrible discussions going on there. So a short time ago, they are based in the U.S., which means they're not immune from requests from the government to turn over logs and stuff like that.
Right.
And they started cracking down because they had a lot of these problems going on. They had issues with child pornography. You pretty much name it, as bad as anything can be, and it was on 4chan.
Wow.
So the person who ran it, who went by the name of Moot, I'm blanking on his name right now, sorry, it's been a long day, started cracking down on things and removing things and letting people know that you may not be as anonymous as you once thought you were. And there was a little bit of a revolt on 4chan because people clung so desperately to this anonymous aspect of it that he ended up selling it back to the person in Japan who started that original board. So the point behind the story is it's a fascinating site where you can talk about just about anything. What people did in that forum, chatting and encouraging, hey, you should go do it, and you'll be this is the beta uprising, which is saying, hey, you're not an alpha male, you're just a puny beta male, but you're going to uprise, you're going to show everybody that you really have what it takes, kind of thing. Totally normal for that system.
Horrifying.
It is horrifying, and it is absolutely not surprising. When I heard that 4chan was involved and that there was a screenshot, I knew exactly what it was going to say. I was completely unsurprised reading that. But your other question number 13B, can they find out who did this? I'm not sure. Again, historically, 4chan has had this anonymous aspect to it that anyone could say whatever they wanted to, and they were never going to track you down. But because of the things that have happened recently, it sounds like they've done more to be able to comply with requests for information and so on. But then again, your question 13C subsection 2, are they liable? Something happening? I can't hear. So.
Oh no,
okay.
My thing just popped out of my ear.
Can they be held liable? I don't know. I would actually be kind of surprised if they could, because telling somebody to do something like that is...
A woman or a 14-year-old girl was, I think, recently prosecuted for encouraging a boy to commit suicide, and he did. So that's why I question it.
But she was a minor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I am not a lawyer. Yada yada yada. Disclaimer. But I think when you're just talking about, adults, I can say go commit some horrible crime, and just saying that and talking about that. Now, if I provided you the weapons, if I provided you with information, all of that, different game.
But they did provide him with in detailed instructions. They suggested that he put them all in a corner so it'd be easier for him to shoot them.
But that's not. Here's where you can go to buy a gun. Yeah. Here's what. Don't go through the front door. There's a side door over here, and that actual execution. It might come down to a case-by-case basis. Maybe the person who did say put them all in a corner, maybe that person might be because he was giving more specific instructions, whereas the other people who were just cheering him on, as horrible as that is, to the best of my knowledge, isn't illegal.
Do I have a few more minutes with you?
Yes.
Okay. Another question that I wanted to ask you about is we covered briefly the Colorado shooter, and the victims in that shooting really wanted there to be a no notoriety campaign that we tried to abide by as much as possible, but they wanted us as in the media, to avoid showing the shooter's face and avoid using his name. This guy, if it's the guy we think it is, it has a YouTube page full of him singing to himself and talking to himself as if he was really trying to be an internet celebrity or whatever. In these cases, do you firmly believe in the no notoriety cause? Do you think we should avoid doing that because are we encouraging these people, or did they win?
So I'm going to work on those backwards. I don't know if there's any questions in the chat room that you want to look at while I'm answering this. So, did he win? I don't think anybody who does something like this can win in any just what a horrible thing. This is just nothing but disgusting, and anyone who would do something like this is just a horrible person. Do I think that we should, adhere to the no notoriety? I think it depends on the case. For example, I think when, a case that was you're very familiar with, Jodi Arias, right? There was a lot of, don't mention her name, talk about Travis kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I never had the impression that, and maybe I'm wrong, you followed this a lot closer than I did, that Arias ever did it for her personal notoriety.
Oh, no, no.
Whatever motivations you want to give to her, whatever you want to say about it, that wasn't what she was trying to do.
No.
So when you talk about a crime, talking about the people and the roles they played in the crime, I think there's a certain amount that is reasonable to do. But these kinds of crimes, and especially reading that whole discussion about the Beta Uprising and Get Yourself Known, Be Legend, that was in that transcript, if that is accurate, if that is the guy, then this is exactly what he was trying to do, is get well known. Mm-hmm. And in that case, I have no problem making some extra effort to not mention his name and not, I guess, emphasize that so that other people, again, not about him. He's dead and gone. This doesn't matter to him at all. But to the relatives of the victims, and so anybody else will more likely to look at it and say, hey, I'm not going to get that sort of status out of it. So I don't think it's a blanket thing that you can apply, but in this case, I would have no problem with it. I saw his name and I've already forgotten it. So.
Right. That's a good call. I agree with you, what you just said. I think we should avoid giving him what I think was his intention, which was notoriety. And that's unfortunate. I don't think I have any questions in the chat room, so it looks like they're discussing Bernie Sanders for the most part. But I do appreciate your time and your explanation of 4chan, because even I think I'm pretty internet savvy, but that is not a land I ever choose to delve in.
Yeah, you and I have many overlaps in our area of the social community, and then we've got our separate ones. And this is definitely, if you would have said, oh yeah, I was on 4chan, I never saw that, my jaw would have hit the floor. This is not where I see, and it's really not it's not a place I ever recommend. When people say they want to, I'll send some people to Reddit, which has some similarities. Reddit's had its own problems with communities.
I was reprimanded for comparing the two. Tell me the differences in those, good and bad.
Reddit is a little bit more structured. It does you can make accounts freely, and so you can use that to be anonymous, but it doesn't have the same sort of free-flowing anonymous discussion like 4chan does. There's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of Redditors who are also on 4chan and vice versa. Reddit's more mainstream. The discussion boards are a little bit easier to read. It's a little bit more about current events. You'll find funny pictures and cat pictures and all this other stuff, whereas 4chan is a little bit kind of grittier. It's 4chan's a lot simpler. I see Alfredo mentioning the same thing. It's just sort of a dump of thoughts and ideas and pictures and so on that these communities coalesced around, whereas Reddit is more topic based. There's a lot more Reddit boards. Pick a topic from Instagram to Mars to a book to Twilight and whatever, and there's a community all fanned around that on Reddit. 4chan, you're not going to find that.
Right, that's interesting. And we should mention that we are on live Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. unless there's breaking news, and we'll start early for you, to 9 p.m. So we suggest that you go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can watch us live Monday through Friday. Even when there's breaking news on the weekends, we come in on the weekends for you and bring that to you. So we do ask that you subscribe to Fox 10 Phoenix, and you can continue to enjoy Fox 10 News Now right here. I'll let you go, but I greatly appreciate your contribution to today's chat.
My pleasure. Thank you for all your hard work in covering this. It's been kind of a crazy day and a lot of moving parts going on.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna, let's see here. I'm not sure if these are live aerials, but I do see aerials out of Oregon, so let's take a look at those on my satellite here. There we go. Oh, and temporarily, yeah, we've had problems on and off with our aerial shots all day, so I apologize, but these are live aerials of the campus. These are actually some pretty good aerials. We are going to play President Barack Obama's comments again on the deadly college campus shooting because it's what everyone is talking about right now, not only in the newsroom but on Twitter. We have got these comments from Barack Obama for you right now.
Who are scared because they know it might have been their families or their children. I've been to Roseburg, Oregon. There are really good people there. I want to thank all the first responders whose bravery likely saved some lives today. Federal law enforcement has been on the scene in a supporting role, and we've offered to stay and help as much as Roseburg needs for as long as they need. In the coming days, we'll learn about the victims, young men and women who were studying and learning and working hard, their eyes set on the future, their dreams on what they could make of their lives. And America will wrap everyone who's grieving with our prayers and our love. But as I said just a few months ago, and I said a few months before that, and I said each time we see one of these mass shootings, our thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. It does not capture the heartache and grief and anger that we should feel. And it does nothing to prevent this carnage from being inflicted someplace else in America. Next week, or a couple of months from now. We don't yet know why this individual did what he did. And it's fair to say that anybody who does this has a sickness in their minds, regardless of what they think their motivations may be. But we are not the only country on earth that has people with mental illnesses or want to do harm to other people. We are the only advanced country on earth that sees these kinds of mass shootings every few months. Earlier this year, I answered a question in an interview by saying, the United States of America is the one advanced nation on earth in which we do not have sufficient common sense gun safety laws, even in the face of repeated mass killings. And later that day, there was a mass shooting at a movie theater in Lafayette, Louisiana. That day. Somehow this has become routine. The reporting is routine. My response here at this podium ends up being routine. The conversation in the aftermath of it, we've become numb to this. We've talked about this after Columbine and Blacksburg, after Tucson, after Newtown, after Aurora, after Charleston. It cannot be this easy for somebody who wants to inflict harm on other people to get his or her hands on a gun. And what's become routine, of course, is the response of those who oppose any kind of common sense gun legislation. Right now, I can imagine the press releases being cranked out. We need more guns, they'll argue. Fewer gun safety laws. Does anybody really believe that? There are scores of responsible gun owners in this country. They know that's not true. We know because of the polling. that says the majority of Americans understand we should be changing these laws, including the majority of responsible, law-abiding gun owners. There is a gun for roughly every man, woman, and child in America. So how can you, with a straight face, make the argument that more guns will make us safer? We know that states with the most gun laws tend to have the fewest gun deaths. So the notion that gun laws don't work or just will make it harder for law-abiding citizens and criminals will still get their guns, it's not borne out by the evidence. We know that other countries, in response to one mass shooting, have been able to craft laws that almost eliminate mass shootings. Friends of ours, allies of ours, Great Britain, Australia, countries like ours. So we know there are ways to prevent it. And of course, what's also routine is that somebody somewhere will comment and say, Obama politicized this issue. Well, this is something we should politicize. It is relevant to our common life together, to the body politic. I would ask news organizations, because I won't put these facts forward, have news organizations tally up the number of Americans who've been killed through terrorist attacks over the last decade and the number of Americans who've been killed by gun violence. And post those side by side on your news reports. This won't be information coming from me, it will be coming from you. We spend over $1 trillion and pass countless laws and devote entire agencies to preventing terrorist attacks on our soil, and rightfully so. And yet, we have a Congress that explicitly blocks us from even collecting data on how we could potentially reduce gun deaths. How can that be? This is a political choice that we make to allow this to happen every few months in America. We collectively are answerable to those families who lose their loved ones because of our inaction. When Americans are killed in mine disasters, we work to make mines safer. When Americans are killed in floods and hurricanes, we make communities safer. When roads are unsafe, we fix them to reduce auto fatalities. We have seatbelt laws because we know it saves lives. So the notion that gun violence is somehow different, that our freedom and our Constitution prohibits any modest regulation of how we use a deadly weapon, when there are law-abiding gun owners all across the country who could hunt and protect their families and do everything they do under such regulations. Doesn't make sense. So, tonight, as those of us who are lucky enough to hug our kids a little closer, are thinking about the families who aren't so fortunate, I'd ask the American people to think about how they can get our government to change these laws and to save lives and to let young people grow up. And that will require a change of politics on this issue. And it will require that the American people, individually, whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, when you decide to vote for somebody, are making a determination as to whether this cause of continuing death for innocent people should be a relevant factor in your decision. If you think this is a problem, then you should expect your elected officials to reflect your views. And I would particularly ask America's gun owners who are using those guns properly, safely, to hunt, for sport, for protecting their families, to think about whether your views are properly being represented by the organization that suggests it's speaking for you. And each time this happens, I'm going to bring this up. Each time this happens, I am going to say that we can actually do something about it, but we're going to have to change our laws. And this is not something I can do by myself. I've got to have a Congress, and I've got to have state legislatures and governors who are willing to work with me on this. I hope and pray that I don't have to come out again during my tenure as president to offer my condolences to families in these circumstances. But based on my experience as president, I can't guarantee that. And that's terrible to say. And it can change. May God bless the memories of those who were killed today. May He bring comfort to their families and courage to the injured as they fight their way back. And may He give us the strength to come together and find the courage to change. Thank you.
Okay, now we have lost aerials out of Oregon, and that was Obama. That was a encore presentation of his original speech that he gave that has really kind of blown up the internet, as well as the newsroom, everybody talking about that. And you're talking about it in the chat room. Is it a problem with gun control, or is it a problem with these people, this person? Now, we are going to go live to Diane Douglas, who is unveiling her education plan today and here in Phoenix. And yeah, I'm just now getting these live shots. If you're not familiar with Diane Douglas, she is going through a lot of, she's very controversial right now here in the Valley, and she butts heads a lot with her own staff as well as our own governor, Doug Ducey. He's asked about her attitude quite a bit, and she's currently involved in, I believe, an issue where she claims somebody grabbed her and, was physically violent towards her at a meeting. So very controversial, Diane Douglas is, and we are going to hear, and in regards to pot, she says if they legalized pot here in Arizona and the money went to education, she wouldn't want it. So she's just a very controversial character, and we are going to go live to her to get her education plan here at any moment, and I will bring you any breaking news in regards to the Deadly College campus shooting as I get it in. But right now we are going to head over to Diane Douglas in Phoenix, unveiling her new education plan.
4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Okay. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Is that good?
Good luck.
Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4.
Watch.
Mic check 1 2 3 4.
Looks like it's lavalier time.
Mic check 1 2 3 4. Okay, again. Turn off.
I won't be staying.
Lieutenant's not a very big lady, so we've got to have a spot in the center for her face. She is not a big lady at all.
Yeah, I know. She's about my she's about my height. I've met her before.
Connects to her house.
Wonderful.
And stuff. So
Thank you.
that works with also some extra batteries.
Thank you.
So far, I'm just trying to make sure we have space.
Yeah.
Didn't think about the height, but I saw that, so that's good.
Yeah, well, we decided that was a good idea.
I actually like that.
We had facilities. Used everywhere we go.
You guys need a mic check? 1 2, mic check, 1 2. 1 2 1 2 1 2, mic check. Mic check. Check, 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 check. You all good? Good, 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 good. All right.
Battery power. I'm gonna turn this off for another 10 minutes.
Just a regular.
Power button.
Okay, check, check, 1 2, check 1 2 3 4, check 1 2, check.
And we're about 11 minutes away from Diane Douglas unveiling her new education plan.
Kids across the front here. So you're going to want to make sure that's taped to the floor or...
Mine is getting
You can see how you can see how I'm tethered. You can see my limitations.
She's limited. I like it too.
That seems pretty fancy compared to everything else we got going on here.
This clamp is about 20 years old. I got that in DC.
Really?
And they no longer make it.
Better hold on to it.
I've got two of them.
Okay, so the big thing I'm going to warn you about this one is there's going to be kids across the front here. So we need to make sure that
Okay, I'm gonna...
nice and flat.
Pulling it back.
Kiddos tripping.
If I have it set up towards the aisle, it should be fine.
Is it working? Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that good?
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate you for helping me.
Mold box, we don't need no stinky mold.
Hey, you thought there was a malt box, didn't you?
Yeah, I sure did. I thought
Bastards
wrong.
lie.
We get started now, Hallie's here.
Yes. Oh, here, this one's got foam on it. That's even gooder. As they say.
Now we are waiting, we're about 6 minutes away, hopefully, from Diane Douglas announcing plans to change education in Arizona. According to sources, this is a 156-page plan, so we anticipate quite a press conference here.
Is that how you're doing it? Not input, less input, more output? I don't even know. But I'm that bad. It's smart to do what you do. Because you don't want to. I really don't. I don't. Right. How are you? Good to see you. Let's see, look sharp.
We try. Oh, cool.
Well, then I don't want to send her.
You got one too.
Well, you know, I too people to clean up. This is my go get a job. No, when I worked in Germany. So I will, since I'm tall,
It's right on top. Once my leaves it,
So, yeah, we'll just have you guys up here, and I'll come up here.
Any minute now.
Sort of line up a little bit now, and then I've got to wrangle a few more people.
Thank you.
so much.
Their heels are actually
We need room for the kids. Room for the kids.
I know.
We bought them these. We bought them these T-shirts, and we're going to show them off.
Yeah, they're gonna all be France.
To get to a wireless,
It's gonna be cold.
seriously. Been asking for it. Hello. Glad to be here.
Hope.
Because you're wireless too, someday. Yeah.
I've been told. I've
Well,
never
that's
been,
who I
yeah,
work
I've been
for,
told
right?
that.
I know.
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, we have to.
Lamp. It's not mine, but this yours? Oh yeah. Oh no. Yes, there are some things in the report which says the board should do this, the board should do that.
Yes, yes, leaving the third, coming back to 15.
You know, it's amazing.
Are you free out of them? I have one.
Kid and everything else. That's great. So it's the opposite. And they still want to be in trouble. So you turn them sideways so you don't fit.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
No, I never see that. Never see that. So, you know, sometimes they don't tell me. Until they come back to me. Right.
Yeah, right. My husband has played the basketball. She closed about 2 years. She runs around after him. I mean, she's in here. When you have to stop. So, although every year he is qualified for profiles. But he has to do she's trade trades. Trade trade.
My knees and hips.
She knows he's getting.
But it, you know,
She makes it back in this game or whatever. She's going to go in. No, very much.
Everyone, thank you for being here. We appreciate the efforts for you to get here today. We welcome you. At this time, we're going to go ahead and have Superintendent Douglas speak for about 10 minutes. She will take questions at that time. And at that point, if you have any need for a one-on-one interview, please come find me and we will set that up for you. And at this time, without further ado, I would like to introduce Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction, Diane Douglas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. What I would like to do, as I like to start all meetings I participate in, is I would ask if children, can you please put down the sign for just a moment, and please everyone join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First, I'd like to say that I'm honored to be here today representing the people of Arizona as Arizona's Superintendent of Public Instruction. It's humbling to shoulder such a responsibility and to be tasked by my fellow citizens with the most important function that we have as a state, and that is the education of our children. Second, let me welcome all the esteemed guests, staff, and especially the children who are here today. I'm honored by your presence, and I thank you so much for being here and helping us hold our wonderful sign. In my experience, and my family actually yesterday celebrated our 25th anniversary in Arizona. I've never seen a superintendent of public instruction come out with a comprehensive solution to cure our education ills. I deeply respect many of my colleagues who have worked to improve education and provide additional funding to our schools. Unfortunately, we focus on the here and now and rarely plan for the future. Our education policy too often is set in whatever funding is left behind and by the latest fad in pedagogy. Today, I'm introducing my own approach. I can't reasonably carry out the will of the voters by simply focusing on the next few months or going along with the crowd. I serve the voters of Arizona, and I intend to do what is needed. First and always, speak the truth. Next, present a plan that is a comprehensive solution to Arizona's lagging educational system. I did not come up with this plan in isolation. I have my own strong ideas that I campaigned on and was elected upon, but in addition, I've traveled the state. I have conducted over a dozen public meetings. I've taken comments from literally thousands of people on education, and I have met with school leaders, toured campuses, and talked with a wide range of advocates for education. Just as important, I have relied on advice from a truly admirable, caring, and outstanding staff at the Education Department of Education, Arizona Education Department of Education, and I thank so many of you for being willing to be here today. It's wonderful. And I've always been a small government conservative, and one of the greatest delights I had in taking office was to find such a hardworking, dedicated, and caring staff of people in whom we have trusted the education of Arizona's children. Each year, I plan to repeat the process that we've done so far. Listen to the people of Arizona, bring comments back to expert staff, and develop and constantly improve a comprehensive plan to make Arizona's education system, God bless you, the best in the world. Our system did not deteriorate from neglect overnight, and simply coming up with a plan will not fix it tomorrow. We will need to band together, think strategically, work as a team to put Arizona's children first, because AZ kids can't afford to wait. The entire presentation is quite long, and so it has been loaded on flash drives on bracelets that we will be handing out to each one of you. The presentation will also be posted online, and we can make hard copies available where necessary. There are just too many proposals included for me to stand here and recite them all to you. I'm sure you all have attention spans of 6 hours or more, but I also know that you all don't want to sit here and listen to me speak for 6 hours or more. So for today, I will focus on a few of the very large proposals. First, I have to reiterate that while funding is not a panacea for our educational woes, it has become critical for our teachers and our classrooms. As I recommended a few weeks ago, I stand by the need for an immediate $400 million per year, guaranteed in perpetuity for our teachers in the classrooms. The money can be used for salaries, for reducing class size, or a combination of both. I leave that to the locally elected school boards. They're in the best position to decide the needs of your districts. Our teachers have officially reached the lowest paid in the nation according to a very recent survey. And Arizona is ranked third from the bottom in places for teachers to work. And yet, as Winston Churchill once said, never have so many owed so much to so few. We have a teacher shortage. We have extended the time that we allow our substitutes to continue to teach. We are trying to recruit teachers from China and the Philippines, and we have a turnover rate around 45% in the first 2 years for new teachers. Teachers and parents making a personal impact on an individual student is how children learn. Bless you, whomever that was. It is not the latest fads in standards, curriculum, or technology. Although those three have their place, I'm not so sure about fads. We need to make sure what we put before our children works. But they are worthless without talented teachers, well-informed, and actively involved parents. The second major issue for me is to make Arizona a state known for culturally inclusive programs. Every school in Arizona should teach rich curriculum that celebrates the diversity of our population and the struggles and successes that all the citizens have shared. For too long, our curriculum has lagged, teaching racism by teaching children based on the color of their skin. We should have the same culturally rich, inclusive instruction in Window Rock, Scottsdale, Yuma, and Tucson. Racism is hard to combat, but academic segregation and the teaching of hate through critical race pedagogy must stop now. Our schools need to be models of acceptance and respect, not a breeding ground for resentment and division. Another effort to impact neglected regions of our state is the creation of educational developmental zones, or EDZ, EDZ. What's education if we don't have yet a new acronym? There are 4 areas in the state, and they're highlighted in the document that you'll receive, that have a larger square mile area than 13 of our states. In these 4 areas, parents and students do not have enough quality choices for their schools and their children's education. We forgive doctors student debt to work in underserved areas, and we create economic development zones where we give businesses tax breaks. I propose we need to do the same for underserved education areas. In these regions, we could forgive teacher-student loans and allow staff and schools significant tax incentives. The alternative is to see one generation after another living in these areas abandoned to poor education, poverty, crime, and welfare, not because they deserve it or not because they can't learn, but because of the area they just happen to live in, and that is and should be intolerable to us. Finally, the last item I want to speak on this evening, before giving you a chance to all look through the proposals, is standards. Anyone who followed my campaign knows one thing for sure about me. I oppose the Common Core standards. I challenge the State Board of Education to vote at their very next meeting to reverse their previous actions and sever the ties between Arizona and the Common Core standards. Make no mistake, this vote will not change a single standard immediately, but it will make clear that we in Arizona are smart enough and engaged enough to develop standards that are our own and are uniquely designed for our specific state needs and our population challenges. Next, ADE will be recommending a significant increase in standards. These include explicit phonics instruction, additional requirements for reading in K-3, higher math standards, expansion of civics and economic instruction, and world language graduation requirements for those students who have shown proficiency in English. Nearly every country in the world teaches its children to speak more than one language. Americans are unprepared for current and future economy if they are not multilingual. Once a child in Arizona is proficient in English, we should teach them at least one additional language. We should also seek to preserve our Native American languages, not just for members of our tribes and nations, but for any Arizonans who may wish to learn. Lastly, our math and foreign language standards currently are inadequate for many college admission standards. Our teaching of civics and economics is nearly non-existent. Too many of our students don't know our rich history as a state or a nation, nor do they understand our government or our economy. We need a revival in Arizona developed standards, not one-size-fits-all hand-me-down standards, which have already been abandoned by many of the states who, like Arizona, blindly adopted them. I ask each of you to read the proposals I have included in the Arizona Kids Can't Afford to Wait package. If you disagree, I ask that you join the discourse, not put me down, but hold up Arizona's children. This is a plan that involves gaining the support of others across many areas of education and government. It includes short, medium, and long-term goals. My sincere hope is that all these proposals are enacted, but failing that, I hope that we at least stop looking at Arizona education on a month-to-month and just a appropriation to appropriation in cycle. Instead, we must determine what's best for the education system. We must determine what the best education system in the nation looks like, and that's what we must aspire to for our children. I want to thank the staff that was here today, the students. I want to thank everyone who's worked with me so hard to help put this proposal together. Our children are our future, and they can't afford to wait. God bless our children and our education system, and may God continue to bless the great state of Arizona and the great nation of America. I thank you all for being here today. Right, kids? AZ Kids Can't Afford to Wait. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Lizelle, just while your little entourage here is being escorted out of the way. And let's start off with the most obvious. I've been at the Board of Ed meetings, watched the governor. They have been making modifications to Common Core, Arizona's College and Career Ready standards. They've been adapting them. I don't know what the purpose is of simply severing the ties when, in fact, the government, the Department of Ed, the Board of Ed has, in fact, been moving in that direction. So what do you accomplish other than I've met my campaign promise?
We have not looked at our Common Core standards, which is English Language Arts, and our math standards. They've not been reviewed since they were dropped in place in 2010. So the point is to make sure that they are truly the standards that Arizona students need to be successful.
Mrs. Douglas, the governor asked the Board of Education to review the Common Core standards. That started over the summer. Would your time be better used engaging in that process, meeting with the board, being on those panels reviewing Common Core rather than just saying let's blow it up?
I've never said blow it up, and I have been very engaged in that committee that's reviewing the standards. The Arizona Department of Education has had a standards review process that has been in place for a very long time, very successfully in place for a very long time, and we just brought forward world languages and PE and the art standard, but yet for some reason the Common Core standards have been set offside and out. And I know from the amazing staff I have at the Department of Education, if we had just used our process, we would probably be well down the way to having the changes we need to the standards to make them as rigorous as Arizona's children need.
Thank you. I have one more. Most of the things that you've laid out in this 157-page plan are the purview of the legislature and the Board of Education. What can you do and what will you do to actually get these changes adopted?
I can absolutely use the position of Superintendent of Public Instruction to bring these dialogues forward and make sure that they move forward as best they can. Several of the items that are in the proposal are already things that the department will be working to bring legislation forward this next session, and we can certainly make sure that this is in the forefront of people's mind. I've never claimed that I had the authority to wave a magic wand and make Common Core go away or make any changes. It's all about making sure that people ensure Arizona's children are first and foremost. And as long as we do that, I know we can meet the challenges that we have.
Larry Core and his Vision 2025 just received a report, probably about 8 hours ago, saying we lack sufficient college grads to meet the high-tech needs. You put out a report saying we've got more than enough college grads and we ought to be talking more technical education. It seems like that the folks who are on his committee, who are involved with trying to fill the job, say we don't have enough college grads. Why would you tell people, well, don't worry about college?
I'm not telling people don't worry about college. I'm telling people that we have to have all the options and opportunities available for our children to meet their needs, their goals, and their desires for their education. One of the most phenomenal things about the American education system that is different than, I would say, almost any other country in the world is that our system does not decide for any particular child or their family what course their future must take. That's something that's open to every single American child, and they deserve that we offer them a wide range and breadth of opportunities so that they can grow up to be what they choose to be.
Ms. Douglas, can you speak to the lawsuit filed by the Board of Education yesterday and how that might affect this plan?
No, I can't. Quite frankly, I have not read the suit yet.
Well, okay, but then let's talk about, again, you haven't read the suit. You'd have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to know there's a little bit of friction out there. You have, many of the changes you want involve the participation of and approval of the Board of Education. You seem to be at odds, at war with them, so how, given this friction, how, given the fact that you sued them, now they've sued you, are you going to get the Board of Education to say, of course, Diane, we'd love to do what you want?
This is a very comprehensive proposal that meets the needs of Arizona students and Arizona families, and I am absolutely confident. I know I am always ready, willing, and able to work with people on the issues of education in Arizona and the best interest, and I am absolutely confident, as long as everybody else keeps that first and foremost in their minds, we'll put our political differences aside.
Well, let me ask the other half of the question. You have a funding proposal in there that matches neither what the governor wants, fact is you took a few swats at him, nor what the legislature wants, my word, not yours.
Yes, please.
So again, having decided you've got a plan which doesn't match what either the Republican leadership wants or the governor wants, how do you expect the legislature to want to enact what you suddenly say, well, of course, Diane?
That, you know, Howie, we need to be talking to people and coming to the table. And I think our plan is realistic. I think it is very doable. We know that revenues have exceeded expectations, carryovers from last year. I also know that there will be needs to be met, and I can't think of a better need with these revenues than the children of Arizona.
Given your endeavor and the admonition to have the board rethink their stand on Common Core, do you still plan to be at future meetings, or do you plan to just pass them up?
When the State Board of Education puts this proposal on the agenda to discuss the removal of Common Core from Arizona, I will be there to vote yes.
And until then, you're going to be AWOL?
I will look at the agendas and I will schedule my time accordingly. When they're working on the best interests of the children of Arizona, we will be there.
But the board says they can't work for the best interest of the children of Arizona because you're not there.
I can't speak for what the board has said. I'm not going to comment on something they've said that I haven't even heard. I'm at plenty of meetings, and when the work puts forward the best interest of the children of Arizona, I will be there.
Let me ask about testing.
Are you saying that what they're doing right now is not in the best interest of the children?
I will judge each agenda individually. But you know what, sir? Right now, I'm here to talk about a proposal that will truly bring forward the best interest of the children of education, and that's where I prefer to see our focus for tonight.
Let's talk about standardized testing. We've got a proposal in there that the legislature actually defeated last year to let parents say, I don't want to send my kids in for standardized testing. I don't know how to say this without sounding in your face, but what's the paranoia about having kids tested when in fact it helps determine if schools are doing what they're supposed to do?
The point of testing is to ensure that a child has learned what a child needs to learn, and to make sure that we put measurements in place that we can take corrective action for that child in a timely process. It took 6 weeks, 8 weeks to take the AZ merit test. We won't see the results of those tests until October or November. That's not timely testing. I believe we have forgotten why we originally started testing our children.
But we're testing so we can compare, leaving aside Common Core and being able to compare to other states, it tells you, I've been covering the Department of Ed for 30-some years now, and we've been doing different things. How are some schools doing better than others? Who can improve? A to F, performing, underperforming, all the labels we've used. Without the testing, how do you determine which schools are performing, which aren't?
First of all, we're only talking about protecting the rights of probably a small number of parents who would like to have that option to opt out. So I don't think by any stretch of the imagination it's going to skew the results of the testing. But we've been testing children since I was in school, elementary school, and Howie, that was longer than 37 years ago, and we still managed to determine how we were doing compared to other children in other classes, other children in other schools, other children in other states, without endless testing.
Ms. Douglas, who's going to devise these new standards?
I think they need to be devised with the help of Arizona parents and with certainly our experts at the Department of Education, and certainly with teachers all across Arizona.
The $400 million in the perpetuity that you're proposing, is that a figure that you are confident that over time can be met, that the legislature can fund?
Yes, I believe it can, because if you've looked at the proposal that we have in place, it's not, it's $400 million that we know can be funded by the overage in revenues that we've had that have exceeded expectations. But we also want to bring into this the land trust. I intend to work with the congressional delegation to make sure that our land trust generates the type of money that it should be. One of the problems with payment in lieu of taxes is that we really don't get the revenues we should. If we can get back our federal lands, not only should more public lands be sold, but it has a two-part piece to it. Number one, you sell the land, the money goes into the trust, and it needs to be in there protected as the principal of the trust. But then that land can also go on the property tax rolls, and that's a huge portion of our local funding system for our schools. So yes, I think between working the land trust and the revenues that have exceeded expectations, yes, I do believe we can make this an ongoing funding system that our teachers can count on and that our parents can count on for their children.
I got to ask one more thing. The children that were here, I gather that they were the children of your employees. You got T-shirts, and I recognize, maybe $6, $7 a T-shirt ain't much. If we're looking for every nickel, why is the Department of Education paying for T-shirts with your logo on it?
Howie, the most important thing I believe any elected official does is communicate with the voters, the parents, the citizens they serve. And we do have a moderate budget at the Department of Education that we watch very carefully. I'm a fiscal conservative. I always have been. I believe I always will be. But the most important thing an elected official can do, in my opinion, is communicate with the people that they serve. Part of that is bringing them to the table. Part of it was going out on the road to talk to them. That cost a little bit of money, but that's the most important thing I can do, is make sure I'm representing the people who have elected me by actually hearing their voice and incorporating that here.
I understand hearing the voice. A little backdrop for the TV cameras at the cost of, what was it, $400? Seriously?
Seriously, Howie, seriously.
One more question about the $400 million.
We're going to have a chance for one-on-ones. So
Okay, I just have one more question. I think everybody was interested in. You talked about, on the $400 million, you talked about getting some federal land into the land trust and being able to bring in property taxes on that. If that doesn't happen, would your plan still be financially sustainable? Go to the microphone, please.
Sorry. No, I'm afraid to. Howie might ask me another question. Uh-oh, somebody. We believe it still will be. If we believe it is sustainable with the land that is in the trust selling more of the land now. If we are not able to get the federal government to give us the land, and that would take a lot of work with the congressional delegation, whom I speak with on a regular basis, but we believe within the land trust itself currently, we can sustain that program.
Did you talk to the governor about this?
we're gonna be doing one-on-ones. Anyone has questions, please come find me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Kids may eat pizza later, but I think the maybe eat pizza later, so you don't
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Oh, I lost you, but that's good. It's just like this. That's probably. That's what she said, and that's all she'll say about it.
All right, there we go. And that was the Diane Douglas press conference. We appreciate everybody watching this News Now stream. What a day it has been with this deadly, deadly shooting. Kinsey will be back at 6:30 with full coverage because there is going to be another press conference. We just had a press conference that wrapped up. We will be playing that for you at 6:30 in its entirety. And let me tell you, there is new numbers out. It is now being called 10 confirmed people dead at the school. Not 13 that was originally being reported. It is now 10. So we will have much more on that coming up at 6:30. Kinsey will be there for you. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you in a little bit.